decided last month to halt its planned breakup. So that's all changed. This news follows a Bloomberg report yesterday that said Unilever is in the early stages of considering a separation of its food assets. Unilever declining to comment on that.
That makes sense, though. This was before when Kraft Heinz said it was going to split things up. They were looking at things and kind of talking.
Did you know how to make Russian recipe?
Yeah.
You knew it was ketchup and...
Yeah, but it's also like the special sauce that they put on the Big Mac. Throw that in with like some onions.
Well, there's something else.
Remember The Simpsons? Hey, we need some more, the teenage manager, we need some more special sauce. Put that mayonnaise out in the sun.
Yeah. Oh, gross. Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Purple. My favorite donuts. Okay. Oh, Andrew. Speaking of donuts.
Coming up, speaking of donuts, we don't have any here at the moment. You know I love the glazed donuts. But when we come back, we're going to have a wide-ranging chat on the business of sports in 2026. Bruin Capital's George Pine is going to join us next right here from South Florida. Squawk Box comes right back after this. Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. We are here in Boca Raton, Florida at the Bruin Capital Conference, now known as Nexus. Joining us right now is George Pine. He's Bruin Capital's CEO. Good morning to you. We've been coming to this event now. I think this is 5 years.
5 years. We made it.
So here's my question for you. And I actually sort of felt a shift in the mood last night. Tony Blair was with us last night. We talked about Iran and other things. But when it comes to sports, which is, there's so many sports owners here, lots of different league commissioners and the like. for the last couple of years, there's been a genuine optimism about, prices going up and up and up, media rights deals getting better and better and better. There's always a little question about whether there's a bubble or whether it's, too much. This was the first time I felt there was not a sense that it was going down, but that things had maybe leveled out in a different way. Do you think that there's a shift?
Well, I don't necessarily feel that, but you could really maybe feel some apprehension because a lot of media rights are coming up in the next couple of years. And of course you have the NFL going into the marketplace. They're in a category of their own. They're going to require big increases, and then you're going to have everybody else having to react quickly to make sure that they're well positioned when they go to market. And of course you always have the fear that you might be the last man standing when the music stops.
But look, the NFL is obviously the juggernaut. NBA obviously had its big deal already. There's a big question about where the MLB goes in all this.
Well, you have baseball, you have hockey, you have the PGA Tour, you have the Big Ten, you even have the Southeast Conference with an opt-out, NASCAR. So you have a lot of rights. And when someone says it's up in 28, typically you're negotiating it 2 years in advance. So if it's 2030, it's 2028. So you're going to have a lot of jockeying, and you're going to have reactions to what happens with the NFL.
And do you expect, though, that those leagues that are not the NFL are going to get the kind of big jumps in terms of valuation?
Well, they always have, okay, but that doesn't mean they always will. So if you're asking what's a little bit, what might be...
You have the head of ESPN here. You have the head of a lot of different networks and companies.
Right. And so, it's getting tighter. So I think could be apprehension. And also, too, the values are fully valued right now. So I think you have a robust market. The biggest driver is media. Big media rights are up. And, you could have a little apprehension, I think.
What is your sense of what's happening in college sports?
It's a great question. First of all, I remind people that the Olympics went through this transition, and 25 million people turned in at 8 a.m. to watch a great hockey game, and that I think college sports like the Olympics will navigate the transition. But the reality of the situation is, and the other thing I'd say is those college football games this year were fantastic. The other point I'd make out is college football really is the #2 sport in America in terms of viewership and interest. Now,
even more than all the other professional leagues.
Yes.
And so should these players be treated that way?
Well, the courts have ruled in favor of the players, right? And so you have these players that are contributing to enormous value, and the compensation of the players is not reflective of the value that's being delivered. And so that
reflected in the coach's salary.
I mean, when you think about it, Andrew, a top 15 team, I looked this up the other day, head coach is getting 10 to 13 million. The coordinators are getting 2 to 3 million. Ohio State's coordinator was $3.8 million. So that's 3 coaches getting $16 to $18 million. Now, in the recent House settlement, they allocated $16 million for 105 players. So you have 3 coaches making $16 million and 105 players getting $16 million. Like, that doesn't work.
What do you think the answer is? Because if all of the players fundamentally are paid, then is it just, and paid big time, does it just change?
I don't think it did. It change the Olympics? The Olympics, everybody loves the Olympics. We went through the same debate. And, people that have money have to now share money with people that are creating the value. And so when you have the courts, Congress, or collective bargaining, the courts are favoring the players all the time. Congress, hard to get anything through. And so I think, collective bargaining might be something the industry has to look at. Now, it's complicated. Education's important. You have all these state universities. But the bottom line is enormous value is being created, and the money's going to be distributed more equally.
We're going to talk to the commissioner of the PGA in just a little bit. He's trying to sort of rework maybe the schedule of what golf looks like. Do you think that's going to work?
I do. First of all, I think Brian Rillap's one of the smartest guys in the world in sports. He did an amazing job at the National Football League. He's trying to create demand and reorganize his schedule. And in athletics or sports business, it starts with the schedule. And I think he's got some bold ideas to change the game. I think it'd be good for golf and the PGA Tour.
In terms of stuff that you are always invested in, things that are what I would call sports adjacent. Meaning you're not buying the teams themselves, but you're buying a lot of the things around the sports. What right now is working, and by the way, what's not? Because there's also a lot of people in your space that are trying to get any kind of adjacency.
Yeah, well, there's a huge tailwind, right? Because the market's going up. Every time NBA does a $75 billion deal, the guys providing the services behind the $75 billion win. When the NFL does its big deal, we win. So we're selective. We invest around how content's distributed. We invest internationally, and international sports have been amazingly successful. And we've been very lucky to take great European companies to America. So I think we'll continue to open geographies and look to invest behind the technology that powers sports.
We got Stephen Ross a little bit later. What do you think of F1?
F1's still strong. I mean, when you think about a global sport where you can make one buy and get the world every year, F1's quite strong.
We got to run. You got James Cameron here tonight?
We do.
You got Prince Harry here?
Prince Harry. Gonna play a little golf with Prince Harry today.
You are?
Not me, but everybody
You got
else.
to wait for the weather to hold up.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
What are you most excited about?
Well, we got David Solomon this morning.
Yep.
You know, we got Rahm Emanuel. We've got an expert on humanoids. I mean, we have an incredible panel. Tomorrow we have 2 generals and someone who ran the CIA.
I saw Mark Milley.
Mark Milley,
Yeah.
a Princeton hockey player, I might add. I went to Brown, so we went back and forth a little bit. And from Winchester, Massachusetts. I'm from Milford, Mass, so I'm excited about it.
George Pine, thank you for having us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having
Good to
me.
see
Take care.
You bet. Joe,
Well, I hope it doesn't.
you want to come down and play golf with Prince Harry?
I hope it works out with the weather. I wonder if he must probably pretty good, right? I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know. Have you played with Prince Harry before? Do we know how his
I haven't, but
handicap is?
he's the most popular guy. He's doing a ladies' luncheon. We can't get so many requests, and he's playing golf after. He's in high demand.
Okay.
Amazing.
I'm flying back to be with Joe and Becky tomorrow, so I'm going to miss this the golf outing here.
Coming back for a Friday, we'll be together, and then I don't know. I'm hearing some rumblings that we need to really seize the day tomorrow. Andrew, coming up, the Netflix smash hit K-pop Demon Hunters reportedly looking to scale some new heights. This time in live shows. That's next. But first, the AccuWeather forecast with meteorologist Bernie Moreno.
Lingering chill in the Northeast, your AccuWeather exclusive forecast. Only in the lower 40s with clouds. Boston, New York City, some flurries across interior sections of the Northeast, mostly New York State this morning. But the warmth really making inroads here from Texas toward the Midwest. AccuWeather says 55 in Chicago today. And just all-time record heat for March continues in the Southwest. It's another hot day in Los Angeles. If you're doing any traveling, no travel delays weather-wise through the day. To help you make the best decisions and be more in the know, download the AccuWeather app today.
Netflix is reportedly planning a K-pop Demon Hunters world tour. Bloomberg says that the company is talking with concert promoters to negotiate a live show featuring performances of the songs from the film. That tour would take place next year ahead of the launch of the sequel. All right, when we come back, the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz disrupting oil markets worldwide. But the lesser-known impact, at least to this point, is on fertilizer and chemicals needed to grow the world's crops. We're going to speak with an expert about those disruptions, what they mean for farmers, what they mean for food prices. That's next. And then tonight, tune into a special one-hour documentary, CNBC Cures Defying Rare Disease. We've been working on this for more than 6 months, talking to families, experts, investors, regulators, and many more about the challenges and the hopes for curing rare disease. It airs tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Stay tuned, you're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz is driving fertilizer prices sharply higher. Normally, more than a third of the world's supply moves through that waterway. According to the Fertilizer Institute, prices at the Port of New Orleans are now up 30%, and this is all happening as spring planting season is ready to get underway. Joining us right now is Mark Dorenkamp. He is a reporter and anchor at Brownfield Ag News. And thank you, Mark, for being with us today. You know, we've heard about this and tried to understand it. I'm sure you have a much better idea of what's happening on the ground. How big of a deal is this?
Well, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. It is a big deal, and I should preface the conversation by saying that even though there are some factors right now that are making it tougher for farmers, like tariffs and the conflict in the Middle East, it's been a tough couple of years for farmers as margins have been extremely tight. The price that they're getting for their corn and soybeans is softening, while the input costs that they pay to grow those crops has not really come down. And so you come into 2026 with those challenges already existing, and now you have a situation like what's happening in Iran, and it is great cause for concern across the Midwest and for farmers in general.
How much have prices gone up? We said 30%. So what's that mean to the average farmer?
Right, and the reason why we're seeing that increase is because with the Strait of Hormuz, about half of globally traded urea travels through there. And so with that blocked, you're talking about the entire supply chain feeling those ripple effects. So you mentioned the 30% increase in prices from the Fertilizer Institute at the Port of New Orleans. Also with Morocco, the situation there with Moroccan phosphates. Since the input duties were placed on phosphate from Morocco, U.S. farmers, this is according to the National Corn Growers Association, have paid an additional $6.9 billion for that fertilizer.
We had Kevin Hassett on from the White House earlier this week, and he said the administration is trying to do things to bring this down. I think looking to Morocco for additional sourcing. I don't think he mentioned bringing down the tariffs there yet, but I would assume that's something farmers are hoping for. He also said they're trying to get more production out of Venezuela and the ability to do that. Can that happen quickly enough? Would that be effective?
That's a good question. I don't know that I am the right person to answer it. This week, though, the Trump administration did announce that they are going to waive what's called the Jones Act. And what the White House says this will do is allow cargo transportation challenges to ease through greater availability of seagoing vessel port-to-port transportation and support farmers during this critical spring application season. This is a 106-year-old rule that they are going to waive, but even that I question whether or not it will have an effect immediately.
I know that some farmers lock in their fertilizer in advance. How many do that? How many don't? Is that big farms versus little farms?
I'd say the majority of farmers that I talk to, and I'm based in the upper Midwest, so I talk to a lot of farmers in Minnesota and Iowa, they typically lock in most of their inputs in the fall for the following growing season. So I talked to a farmer from southern Minnesota earlier this week who said that he applied most of his fertilizer for this upcoming growing season in the fall, but he did look to buy some anhydrous ammonia for the summer for side dress application, and the prices have really escalated for anhydrous. He told me that when he bought his anhydrous, it was the day after the initial attack on Iran, and it was about $905 a ton then. And so just a couple of weeks later now, he said prices are over $950 a ton. And so while many farmers have locked in those prices, fuel as well, and I think that's important to talk about here as you think about farmers going up and down the rows here, planting and spraying, that the inputs are going to just really cause a lot of pressure here for the spring, summer, and then the big concern too, I mentioned that a lot of farmers will lock in months ahead. What if this conflict draws out and you're looking at making these purchases in the fall for the following year and those prices are maybe even higher?
Mark, obviously it's a running conversation, a running issue that we appreciate your focus on this, and we hope you come back.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Andrew?
Thanks, Becky. It is 7 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Sorkin along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick. We got a lot going on this morning. We're following global energy prices this morning, attacks on oil and gas infrastructure in the Middle East increasing over the last 24 hours, including an Iranian strike on key LNG export facility there in Qatar. Meantime, European natural gas prices surging after those attacks. Prices up by 15 to 20% this morning, while the price of crude, and you can take a look right now, WTI 96.83, Joe.
Yep, and meanwhile, we had to figure all those ordnance we've been using. The Defense Department now looking for some new funding for the war in Iran. The Washington Post says the Pentagon wants the White House to sign off on a request to Congress for $200 billion, much of that going towards replenishing the weapons that have been used in the last 3 weeks. The report, though, says some White House officials don't see a request of that size making it through Congress, and also likely set off a political battle among various lawmakers, both for and against the war. I don't know how we get anything through. I mean, can't even get these TSA people, God bless them, the ones that are there.
Still working and not getting paid.
I know.
It's
You're playing with, I mean, it's the one thing. That's when people, when you're waiting 4 hours, and people are waiting 4 hours in certain areas.
I can't blame any of the TSA workers who aren't showing up. Some of them can't afford childcare coverage to go to work. Some of them can't pay their rent. You've got to go find another job and do something with this.
I don't get it. Meanwhile, the Fed statement and the news conference by Fed Chair Jay Powell prompting a sell-off in bonds and in stocks. Manageable at this point, Steve, orderly, I guess. Senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joins us with the details. You know how things happen, though, Steve, gradually, then all at once. So that's kind of the concern.
Yeah, it was a pointed sell-off, Joe. It looked linked to a sudden repricing of the Fed by the market, in which hot inflation and surging oil prices mean no rate cuts this year or even well into 2027. We look at the December 2026 Fed Funds futures contract. The probability of any rate cut this year now fallen below 50%, trading this morning at 37%. The contract had traded for most of the year, or most of a full year, with 2 cuts built in. That was until the bombing of Iran. Now it trades with a 60% chance of no cut and even a 3.2% probability of a hike. That's a new feature in the futures pricing. It may be that markets reacted too extremely to Fed Chair Powell's comments. His basic message, one emphasized in the policy statement as well, was that the Fed doesn't have a clear picture of how the oil price surge is going to end up in the economy or affect the economy, but he did make clear the Fed is concerned about looking through too many inflation episodes.
It's one of those things where it's a repeated set of things, and you worry that that's the kind of thing that can can cause trouble for inflation expectations, and so we worry a lot about that, and we are very strongly committed to doing what it takes to keep inflation expectations anchored at 2%.
The Fed, of course, left rates unchanged in a range of 3.5 to 3.75, and the median officials continue to forecast 1 cut this year and 1 next year. But Powell warned that the high level of uncertainty meant the forecasts were likely just placeholders. He added that he intends to stay on as a Fed governor after his term as chair ends, at least while he's still being criminally investigated. Joe, when I look at the futures contract down the road, I don't see a 50% probability right now of a rate cut until June of 2027.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Steve. We don't know. I mean, there's so many factors that not only do we know how everything plays out with what's happening in the Middle East, but you've got the Trump wild card too. We're really not sure the president makes decisions and does things that somehow, if you're not in his head, you have no idea what might be coming, and it all plays into to what you're talking about right here. What do you think? Would 450, is that when you'd worry, especially in a slowing job situation? That would be not great.
When you say 450, you mean the unemployment, the 10-year?
10-year.
Yeah, I'm actually more interested in the 2-year right now. I'll get back to the 10-year in a second, but look at the 2-year trading at 380. It is trading over the current Fed funds rate. It's pretty interesting. You're at right now the 381. It's kind of telling us that Powell talked about did say that the Fed talked about a hike. It's not the consensus of anybody, But the idea that we're moving into a new regime where the next cut is not definitive, the next move is not definitively a cut, but could go either way, that's what I think is now going into the market. And yes, the 10-year at 450 is one that starts to weigh on economic activity. I just wonder, Joe, when I think about what the Fed chair intended, did he mean to tighten financial conditions as a result of his press conference? And sometimes he can't control that, but it's something that matters to the Fed when you come up and you do a statement, you do a press conference, you want to guide the market towards financial conditions that you desire to have a successful policy. And I don't know that he meant to do it quite so much, but there was a pointed sell-off and in both bonds and stocks as a result of what he said. And I think the market is coming to terms with the idea that maybe the next move is not necessarily a cut.
Well, there was definitely the expectation, Steve, that it was going to be a hawkish sort of speech. And so what you're saying is even, if you're expecting that and you still see the sell-off, then it was even more hawkish than maybe people were expecting, or maybe that he even intended. I just think, if you were worried about inflation before, now you're really worried. If you were worried about a slowing labor market, now you're really worried.
Right.
It just both sides of the mandate definitely got the risks seem like they got ratcheted up.
I'm not saying I asked the most important question, but I did run the sound from that, and I do think it's important to put the context. And as you know, Joe, I've done some reporting about how the Fed responds to oil price hikes. And it's not an automatic response. It's not you hike in the face of it or you cut in the face of it. But my question was, if you think about the idea that you have inflation above target and that you have, you look through tariffs and now you look through oil again, then what is the credibility of your 2% target? And he said, that's what we worry about. So that seems to be something that weighs on Powell and I think weighs on other members of the committee.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's Thursday. That's about all I got for you, Steve. After that, but got that going for us.
Yeah.
Right?
See you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, good to see you.
When we come back, she took on big tech and she won. Former European Commissioner for Competition, Margareta Vestager, joins us to talk about the AI boom, the Iran war, and the New World Order. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box returns after this. Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. Our next guest served as Europe's top antitrust cop who took on big tech and won. Joining us right now to talk AI, plus the Iran war and the New World Order, Margareta Vestager, who served as European Commissioner for Competition and as Executive Vice President of the European Commission. Good morning to you.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's great to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Before we get into the AI and tech world,
Yeah.
I actually just want to get your sense of the situation in Iran and what seems to be a divide between so much of Europe, frankly, and the United States right now. What do you think?
Well, I think we view the Iranian regime absolutely the same way. There's no love lost there, full stop. The consequences of the war, they are felt all over the planet. You know, they have an energy crisis in Asia. We see the prices by the pump in Europe going up and up and up. This is not Europe's war. We would much have preferred, what seems to be the case, that there was actually a road to a negotiated outcome to make sure that the Iranians would never, ever get a bum.
Do you believe that there could be a negotiated outcome at this point? We were talking earlier, Ray Dalio, the hedge fund investor, has made this point that he believes any kind of agreement at this point is going to be worthless. And so ultimately, you effectively have to own the Strait of Hormuz somehow.
Well, that may be, but the road to get to that is really, really troublesome. Because Iran may not have the same assets, obviously not, but they sit on something absolutely crucial for the entire world. And the end game of this is essential, because the sooner this will end, the better for the entire world economy.
That's a question.
For people with the
But that's actually
for people's jobs.
That's a big question about the idea of the sooner the better. Is it the sooner the better under almost any condition, or is it the sooner the better with regime change or something where there's a genuine, meaningful outcome? Or could you think that right now you could say it's won and it's over?
I think it very much depends what you want to achieve. Because I don't know how regime change looks in Iran. I don't know how the end game will actually be. I don't know how a new relationship with Iran and the rest of the world will become. And all that uncertainty is bad, not only for the US, it's bad for Europe, it's bad for Asia, even more so because of the energy crisis they have there. It's a global thing. And I think everybody is looking at the US and waiting to see what is the plan, how to end this and what to achieve.
Here's the other piece of it though. Europe doesn't want to necessarily, it appears, be part of the plan per se, meaning President Trump has said, look, we want your help. And a number of European countries have said, we're not participating in this. And so how do you think that impacts the relationship long term, and do you think that changes?
I think the relationship has been changing for a very long time. And it sort of encourages European leaders to be more and more independent from the US. Always in a relationship, because this is the world we live in and this is what we want. But a Europe that is more self-confident, that provides more solutions by itself in technology, in defense equipment, in competitiveness. And I think this is one of the situations that actually pushes that development even further.
So you think this is part of the sort of Mark Carney view of the world that he gave that famous speech in Davos?
I definitely think so, yes.
And you think that's where this is headed? Let me read something that you wrote, and I thought it was interesting. You said, the uncomfortable truth is that the world order was already broken before Trump's first presidency. He didn't create the dysfunction, he just poured gasoline on the fire and accelerated the decline. Is there any way to fix that?
Well, this should be what we were doing right now. Because before the first Trump presidency, you know, there was legitimate criticism of the Western world order by what we call the Global South. The WTO didn't really work. The UN was not the peace promoter that it should have been. So, of course, we needed a new world order. But right now, we're not approaching a new world order. There is a war that affects everybody. Look at artificial intelligence. We were on a road led by the Japanese in the G7 context to have an ambitious common approach to the most, wild risks of AI in order to use it constructively. All of that doesn't happen right now. And that could be the building stone of a new world order, because this is something that we ought to all agree on.
Let me ask you about competition in AI. Because one of the things that's clearly happening is to be successful in AI, you need a lot of capital and a lot of money to be able to build these data centers. And as a result, you have, for the most part, either these big incumbents, the hyperscalers, if you will, and then you have the OpenAIs and Anthropics who effectively have massive, or at their stakes, meaning ownership stakes, from all the other big players because they need the money. Long term, do you think that there's going to be extraordinary competition in this space? Or do you say to yourself, this is by default has to be a concentrated business because it's like a utility in the end? And we were talking about, Jeff Bezos had a line where he said AI is going to be like fire. It's that important, but it also is going to be sort of built into everything.
Yeah, I agree that it's that important. And because it's that important, you need to have many more sources than the very few that we have right now. You need European AI, you need US AI, you need Chinese, you need Indian AI. You need more sources in order not to be locked in. Because if we have a future where basically Anthropic, OpenAI, they become the internet, then competition will be lost.
Okay, but here's a question. You're a regulator in Europe. Why has Europe not succeeded in creating a massive new player in this space? Mistral is probably the closest to that. In the tech space, you could say Spotify. But there are not a laundry list of them. And part of the question is that a function of overregulation in Europe?
Actually, it's a function of not providing a market. It's sort of the old capitalistic ingredients in success: markets, huge market access, and access to capital. And you know, this is the strive in Europe to make this happen, because this was why we lost the first round of, you know, big tech emerging, that the market was fragmented and capital couldn't see all these startups, all these amazing entrepreneurs. You just had very recently a European startup being sold to a US company. And that traffic, you know, need to be stopped, but only if Europe can provide one market.
Joe's got a question back in the studio. Joe?
And just listening, I just don't know whether I'm hearing it in a certain way because of where I sit and where I stand, Commissioner, but is there any sense in Europe that this is almost a continuation of Europe being able to benefit from all the hard work the United States does for global security? And I'm thinking about NATO, I'm thinking about energy, I'm thinking about everything else, drug development. It seems like Europe is able to benefit from all these things that the United States does, never has to make any hard decisions themselves, but benefits from everything that the United States does. It sort of comes riding in when everything's finished, and it is in a much better position. Could that happen again here with no help whatsoever from Europe?
I don't see it that way, because US companies have made...
I heard you. I think a lot of us see it that way. And you know, you have a much bigger social safety net. I mean, I don't know what Germany did with energy and everything else. You get in this horrible position. Many times you're bailed out by the U.S., and it just doesn't seem like there's a lot of gratitude.
Well, there's a lot of gratitude. I'd say that, because there's an 80-year-long friendship between the U.S. and Europe. There's very, very close connections. I'm in the US right now because I believe in this. There's a lot of gratitude. And the thing is that when you look at how that relationship has developed, there's also been a wish of keeping Europe down. That was never, ever an idea that Europe should be a strong power. So I think that combination of sort of being slipped into dependencies and at the same time being a very important market and a very important partner, I think that relationship is much more complex than just saying you all benefited, because Europe delivered as well. You know, when NATO delivered Danish soldiers, they were killed. And I think that is really important in order not to say this can just be seen one way, because there are many more ways. And I think it's beneficial for the entire planet if Europe is more independent, not only from the US, but also from Chinese supplies and definitely from Russian energy sources, because that is just, you know, enabling that war on Ukraine, which is basically also a war on Europe.
But can Europe, can I say, before we go, do you think that Europe ultimately can be more independent? And I ask because I think as Joe was reflecting, so much of the security, frankly, that the U.S. has provided, this, subsidies for drugs, I mean, all sorts of things. If you were to take some of those things away, it becomes much more complicated, much more quickly. And then the question is not so much can you be independent, but whether you end up partnering, frankly, with China, which is something that Mark Carney suggested in Davos.
I think the point is what you say, to be more independent. Because this is not an idea that Europe should do everything by itself. This is a way to say, well, in an equal partnership, well, we have strength too. And I think that is the way that Europe will go, recognizing, obviously, that when it comes to playing a fuller role within the NATO framework, that will take some time.
Commissioner, thank you for joining us.
It was a pleasure.
Great to see you. Appreciate it. Joe, back to you.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Commissioner. The mission to get back to the moon for the first time since the early 70s. Can you believe it? The Artemis rocket getting ready for an April launch. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman is going to tell us about the upcoming mission and efforts to conquer the final frontier. It's a biggie. That would be the entire universe, right? Squawk Box returns in a moment.
Time now for today's Aflac Trivia question. Which 3 NBA players are the only ones to win the MVP award 3 consecutive times? The answer when Squawk Box returns. And now the answer to today's Aflac Trivia question. Which 3 NBA players are the only ones to win the MVP award 3 consecutive times? The answer? Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, and Larry Bird.
I thought for sure it was going to be Michael Jordan.
MJ, yeah. NASA has cleared its Artemis II moon rocket for an April launch with a possible launch date of April 1st. The Artemis program will return Americans to the moon for the first time since 1972. Join us now, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. I'll start, I guess call you, it's kind of cumbersome, Mr. Administrator, but then I can call you Jared. Is that all right?
Jared works just fine. Good morning.
For anyone, you know, I've said so many times, Jared, that to have been there is part of why, you know, aging is not that bad. I mean, I remember when it happened, and not a lot of people do remember when it happened. And I don't know whether that gives me a more of a sense of excitement or what, but this is something that we all, I guess, dream about. Anybody who's grown up loving science fiction and space and Star Trek or Star Wars, whatever it is. This is a necessary step. We're finally getting to it again.
Yes, sir. The next chapter in America's journey to explore the solar system rolls out of the Vehicle Assembly Building tonight. So Artemis 2 and the big SLS rocket, it's going to make its journey back to Launch Complex 39B. And we are setting up for April 1st for a launch attempt that will send NASA astronauts, one Canadian Space Agency astronaut, potentially farther into space than any human has ever traveled before, around the moon on a 10-day journey to test out the vehicle, return safely to Earth. But this is just the beginning of President Trump's Artemis program that he created during his first term, where he said, go back to the moon. And then actually on my first day on the job, he said, don't just go back to the moon, go back to stay, build a moon base, make sure that we pick up where Apollo 17 left off, undertake repeatable, affordable missions to the lunar environment, make it a proving ground for subsequent missions, maybe someday to Mars. So we're just getting going again.
How does it differ from when the last time we landed? So it'd be on the southern pole of the moon. It's more difficult, isn't it? What is the advantage to going there?
Yeah, so it's an excellent question, and just to make sure we got the sequence down. So Artemis 2, that's the rocket that's going to roll out to the pad starting this evening. Again, April 1st, we're going to send our astronauts around the moon. It will not land. It's a checkout of the systems. Then Artemis 3 is going to launch in 2027, so we're going to get back into a cadence of launching moon rockets almost on an annual basis. And that's actually going to go into Earth orbit, where we're going to check out the spacecraft plus the lunar landers, bring them together very Apollo 9-esque, and check out the integrated operations in preparation for 2028, when American astronauts will return to the moon and land. Now, the difference between what we did, July 20th, 1969 through 1972 during the Apollo program, we landed, we retrieved rock samples, we planted the flag. It was, one of the greatest engineering accomplishments in human history, but we didn't go back. Under President Trump's national space policy, we're going back to the moon, this time to stay. We are targeting the South Pole because that's where we believe there's going to be ice to work with, as well as the crater ridges give us near continuous access to sunlight. So we get power and we get ice, and that's why it's going to be a proving ground to test the capabilities, in situ resource manufacturing, working with the lunar regolith, which are all going to be critical capabilities to build up someday to when we send American astronauts to Mars.
And to go further, it would, I understand that it would help to have a base, permanent base on the moon. It all just seems mind-boggling to me to transport so many things up there to actually be able to have that as a starting point for going deeper into space.
Of course. So the International Space Station, where we've maintained a continuous human presence for more than a quarter of a century, which when you pause and think about that, literally for more than 25 years now, we've kept astronauts alive continuously on the International Space Station, probably the most complicated orbiting laboratory you could ever imagine, and it's a proving ground there for testing out capabilities on our spacesuits, on ECLSS, the life support systems that keep astronauts alive. But the next step is to take that to the moon, where the astronauts are going to be able to work with, again, the lunar regolith, in situ resource manufacturing. You can make water, oxygen, hydrogen. These are all going to be critical components, skills that we're going to need to have if we're going to undertake missions to Mars. Because I can tell you, in the not too distant future, if you have the capability to return astronauts to the surface of the moon, you're going to have the capability to send them to Mars. The hard part is, how do you bring them home? You're going to actually have to make your propellant there on Mars. That's why under President Trump's national space policy he said, don't just return to the moon and build the moon base, make the next giant leap investments, which is nuclear power and propulsion. That's going to be a critical capability to move mass efficiently to Mars, and then the power when you're on Mars to make propellant to come home. We're going to use the moon base to figure that all out. And I'll tell you, you don't have to wait long. We're going to start launching missions. These are small robotic landers and rovers. Starting in 2027, we're going to try and work up to an almost monthly cadence of uncrewed landings as we start building out the moon-based infrastructure.
Administrator, I got a question on infrastructure in space. We've been having a debate for the past couple of weeks. I think it's even a broader debate right now about putting data centers in space. Elon Musk has talked a lot about being able to do that literally within the next couple of years. Folks like Sam Altman have said that's a pipe dream that will take a very long time, if ever. And I'm curious, given what you do for a living, whether you think it's realistic to have data centers in space, and if so, how quickly it could happen.
Well, I first and foremost, you're never going to bet against Elon Musk. I think I've said that more than once actually on this show. Right now, if it wasn't for the capabilities that SpaceX has made available with reusable rockets, the rockets that send our astronauts to the International Space Station and then come back and land on ships, land on land, and turn around, and within a couple weeks, we use them again, that breakthrough happened because of Elon Musk and SpaceX. If it wasn't for those capabilities, we'd still be sending our astronauts to space exclusively through Russia. So they've already pioneered several breakthroughs that have become critical capabilities for America's space program, for national security, and frankly, for the good of humankind. I'm never going to bet against him and the brilliant minds that are at SpaceX. Now, I think they're taking advantage of the fact that you have a giant fusion reactor up there. Power is critical for data centers. I have no doubt that some of those brilliant minds over at SpaceX have already put some things together. But I'll tell you, they don't believe you have to always get it right out of the gate. They have brought back a iterative manufacturing process that actually we relied upon heavily at NASA during the space race in the 1960s. We went from Mercury, Gemini to Apollo. That's their design philosophy. They don't have to get it right out of the gate. They can experiment. They're a very vertically integrated organization. They'll continue to roll out improvements until they get where they want to be. Again, I wouldn't bet against them.
I'm not betting against him. I'm betting in favor of him. I'm just curious, in your sense, since you know and are sort of an independent third party, how quickly you think that this could actually be a reality, if it can be one?
Well, I would tell you first and foremost, I want nothing more than to see a true orbital economy get ignited. For 60 years, it's been nothing but launch observation and communication, which is a good thing. This is the most competitive, healthiest launch market we've ever had, which serves NASA extremely well. All that said, love nothing more than to see new breakthroughs that allow us to get more value out of the unique environment of microgravity we put into it. That way, the future we all want to see in space, with lots of space stations, you get to that Star Trek, Star Wars-like future, is not perpetually funded by taxpayers. What does that timing look like? Again, it's a very vertically integrated organization. They own launch, they own satellite manufacturing, their own solar capabilities, they have their own AI for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if they start experimenting rather quickly. I mean, they have really no external dependencies in that regard.
Please come back, Mr. Administrator. I want to talk to you about the X-59, and this is happening. I initially said you can't do that. You can't beat physics, but if you make the nose long enough, you can quiet those things down. I can't believe it, right? Because the sound waves are not compressed, so it's more like a couple of thuds than so you'll have to explain that to me.
Well, I'll tell you, it's an exciting time if we start getting overland supersonic transportation going again. It's been a long time. I know the president was a big fan of Concorde. I think in the not too distant future, you're going to see some supersonic transport over the United States.
It's all exciting. Anyway, thank you. Appreciate it, and hope to see you again soon. Thanks.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, coming up, Joe, this segment is for you. We're teeing up an interview with PGA Tour CEO Brian Roloff. He's on a mission to overhaul the game of golf, and he's going to be with us in just a moment when Squawk returns. Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. After almost a year on the job, PGA Tour CEO Brian Roloff has now announced a 6-point plan to try to overhaul the tour. It includes boosting the circuit's start and postseason, adding major media markets like New York and Boston, and creating a 2-track system for players similar to that of English soccer. Good morning and welcome to the broadcast.
Good morning. How are you?
So you've been in this gig almost a year now.
I have.
Okay, biggest upside surprise and biggest downside surprise for you?
Good question. Upside surprise, professional golf's pretty strong and growing, and the underlying game is growing quite a bit, whether you measure it by participation or however you want to measure it. If you want to measure the PGA Tour by viewership, by ticket sales, whatever you want to measure it by, it's pretty strong. There was a narrative around golf because of the recent competition that was broken. It's not the case. It can be better, but it's not the case.
Okay, biggest downside surprise?
Downside, I think you heard it before. You talked to George about it a little before. The media market is interesting right now for sports. Sports has been on a 20 to 30 year run. I still believe in it. It's the strongest content out there. But because of the changes in media, because of the pressures on the media business, because of consolidation, and ultimately because my old employer, the NFL, is going to go out and do a new deal, there's a little bit of uncertainty on the future of sports rights.
So that's interesting. Speak to that more broadly, because I do think, I was saying last night, I felt like there was something different this year at this event in particular, just because there's been such an optimism around growth, and now a sense that maybe, not that we're petering out, but maybe things are slowing down.
I just think it's math. There's no question to me that sports is still the most valuable content out there in media. If you want to build an advertising business, if you want to grow subscriptions or reduce churn, live content, that's still highly valued. That's not the issue. I would bet on that over entertainment programming any day. The issue is the U.S. sports market, which is the biggest market on earth, and rights fees is about $30 billion, give or take, and that's going to grow 1-2% maybe. The NFL is $12 billion of that a year. They've been on record saying they want to double it. If that's true, that just doesn't leave a lot of money out for everybody else, given the pressures on current media companies who are now transitioning from linear to streaming and still navigating that. We're not through that. So that just creates a bit of uncertainty in that the market is finite, it's not infinite.
Okay, so what does that mean for you?
So I think it's one of the big reasons why you said at the top of the segment of how do we strengthen the PGA Tour? I think it's really strong, I think it's growing, but it can be stronger. And I think anybody who's in the sports business, if they're not looking at their product, trying to figure out how do I make it more appealing to my core fans, but also how do I grow new fans, they're not a good spot. So we need to innovate in order to
what does that look like? Tell us about that.
So I think here's the thing. The participation in golf in this country is off the charts. It's grown 40% since COVID. More than half of that growth is under the age of 35. You don't have to play a sport to watch it on television, but it sure helps. At the same time, golf telecasts, the average age is over 66 years old, because it's predominantly on linear. There's an opportunity to connect the new people who play the game to actually the PGA Tour. To do that, we need to make it more competitive. We need to create a more simple competitive system. It's hard to understand our competitive standings. We need to go to major markets where the people are. We need to improve our playoffs, and we need to make it much more accessible to the average sports fan.
What does that look like in practice?
I think what it looks like is we've talked about, and we're still working this out, but there'll be essentially 2 tracks. You'll have the top golfers, 120 golfers, playing consistently as much week in, week out as possible in bigger markets and higher state tournaments. And then you'll have a second track where people are trying to get into there. And almost think about promotion relegation in English soccer. You'll see much more fluidity between the 2 tracks. And that's what fans want, ultimately, is compelling competition and the best golfers competing the best tournaments because they earned it.
You also want to change the season so you're not competing with everybody else.
Yeah, I think we will play all year round, but I think we want to condense the bulk of our best tournaments and most of our competition in the summer, because I think there's an opportunity in this country to do that. If you're not in the summer, you're competing with football in this country, and that's sort of a fool's errand. But I do think that the summer is a great opportunity for PGA Tour golf, and I think if you see the numbers already, we're generating big numbers. I think we can generate more.
The Guardian reported last week that the PGA Tour not happy with the amount of money that it gives to the DP World Tour to prop up purses. What's going on there?
Well, we have a relationship with the European Tour, a strategic alliance which we value. We partnership commercially, we partner competitively. I think our view is we want to improve golf worldwide. We think Europe is a great place we could play in the fall, and we want to strengthen that relationship. So we put a proposal in front of them that actually not only is for our benefit, but for their benefit in order to strengthen European golf.
What is the latest with Liv? We're always trying to figure out what the...
Yeah, everyone asks that question.
Every time. Every time, because there seems to be no answer. Why is there no answer after all this time?
Well, I've been pretty clear. My priority is making the PGA Tour better, all the things we just talked about. There was a framework agreement that predated me. But my focus is really how we make the PGA Tour better. I've also been on record and will continue to say, I am open to anything that makes the PGA Tour stronger. That's my mission. That's what I want to do. Right now, we have a lot of work to do. The things that you and I talked about. So that's where my priority is right now.
Okay, I want you to start a little mini golf league.
Is that for you?
For me.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's with like a windmill and the whole thing. Or get some professional players playing mini golf.
Okay.
I think that there'd be a huge audience for that.
You think we can get a better share of the $30 billion if we do that?
You're trying to get younger people, Mike. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Joe's going to disagree with me on that, I think. Joe?
No, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready to just use a putter. I mean, why subject yourself to the? It's so hard. Tell Brian the nerves start going as you get older. It's very challenging. It's very challenging, the short game. And it's, you remember how you used to be able to play, and it's not, so I'm ready for windmills and clowns and all that stuff. How's your game, Brian?
My game, Joe, has gotten worse since I took the job. I ironically play a lot less golf in the job than I did out of the job. So they didn't hire me to play golf.
No, you have no time. You're working your ass off. You have no time for golf. I got that.
No.
Okay.
That's not why they hired me. They didn't hire a golfer. They hired a sports executive.
Thank God, right? For both of
Brian,
us.
Thank you.
That's right. Appreciate it.
Becky?
Thanks, Andrew. When we come back, a preview of CNBC Cures, our documentary, Defying Rare Disease. Stories from families, experts, investors, and regulators about the challenges of battling rare disease. We've got that next right here on CNBC. months now, we've been rolling out our new CNBC Cures initiative, which focuses on rare disease. Tonight, we bring you a deeply personal story, a special one-hour documentary called CNBC Cures Defying Rare Disease. While rare diseases, by definition, impact small patient populations, there are more than 10,000 rare diseases and conditions that impact 30 million Americans. And the path that many of these families are walking is so similar. For tonight's documentary, we spoke with families, experts, investors, regulators, and more about the challenges and the hopes for curing rare diseases. Here's a sneak peek.
I've got pretty thick skin, but the idea of putting my daughter out there was not a thrilling one. I'm Becky Quick. I'm a morning anchor at CNBC Squawk Box, and I am the mom of Kaylee Quayle. She has a rare genetic disease.
It was the first birthday party. There was something so wrong with it. She couldn't blow out the candle.
You start rolling it back, and it's like, if she can just walk, if she can just talk, if she can just find a friend.
We have this platform, we have the money, like we gotta go. $10 million! I remember Jen hugged me and said, we're gonna find a cure for lupus. It's all a miracle.
Susanna has a mutation that kills the nerves in her whole body.
The referral pattern is contributing to a delayed diagnosis.
What did you think when they brought up the idea of gene therapy?
I had this feeling that there was something to it, even though it seemed so far-fetched.
Did you hold your head up today?
We finally pushed very hard to get genetic testing on Andrew. I'm so fortunate that I was able to hold him in my arms when he passed away.
What does it cost to save someone?
$1.2 million. I hope I can get the cost down to somewhere around $700,000 a life.
Terry chose to proceed. And that's a scary decision for any family to make, any clinical trial.
The science, the technology is exploding. We're in the golden age of medicine. We're not on the cusp anymore. And the biggest challenges, Becky, are man-made.
We're all kind of desperate. What can we possibly do to help our kids and help other people?
I still deep down believe that Kaylee was put on this planet for a reason.
I do think Kaylee would want to help her friends and people she hasn't met yet because she is a good, sweet girl.
This was inspired by my own family story, and I am so grateful to CNBC, everyone here, for supporting this idea. We created the initiative to raise awareness about rare disease, to identify some of the amazing scientific breakthroughs that are taking place right now, and to try and find ways to help that science make its way from the lab to patients as quickly as possible. Along the way, we're building a community, and the response has been both gratifying and overwhelming. Thank you to everyone who's been following along. We hope you'll tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah.
With you 100%. You know, we all have some things that, or many of us that.
Right.
that
Everybody's got something. And we're trying to shine a light on this. We hope you'll watch. And again, thank you everybody for how you've supported this over the last many months. We appreciate it. Squawk Box will be right back. Vice President J.D. Vance and Energy Secretary Chris Wright are expected to be meeting with oil industry executives at the White House today to address rising fuel prices. Check it out right now. You'll see that WTI is sitting right at 97.66. It's up by about 1.4%. Brent is where you see the biggest jump. It's up by 6% this morning, $114 a barrel. It had risen as high as $118. Natural gas up by 4.25%, and RBOB is up by about 2.75%. Joining us right now with more on the price volatility is Kevin Book. He is Clearview Energy Partners Managing Director. And Kevin, I think you thought the kind of sanguine nature of the oil markets up until the last couple of days was surprising and maybe wrong.
Yeah, Becky, good to see you again. When I was here 10 days ago, I think we talked about whether or not this was going to be a short war or a long one. We're veering towards a long one. And as prices rise, interventions intensify. There's all sorts of risks that start to obtain. But obviously, as shut-ins mount, that's the most immediate one.
Let's talk about what happened over the last day and a half. That was first that the South Pars gas field in Iran was struck by the Israelis. The Israelis said the Americans knew about it. President Trump later denied that. But then the Iranians struck back at Qatar and said that they were going to go after any sort of oil facilities that had American cooperation or American companies that were working there. That was a big game changer. That's why we saw this huge spike in volatility. What do you expect to happen on that front from this point?
Well, I think if we roll the clock back to the Friday the 13th, when the strike on Karg Island took place, the president at that point threatened to reconsider his decision not to strike oil infrastructure at Iran's principal export facility. And from that point, I think Iran's incentives probably started to change. Once the strike on South Pars took place, there was no question they had already been striking out at their neighboring Arab producers' production targets, refinery targets, and of course the natural gas facility at Ras Laffan. But this was a step up. We've been talking about impairment of transportation, which can roll out several weeks in restoration. When we look at damage to facilities, we could be talking about months.
And just in terms of any potential off-ramp, it seems, at least right now, that situation's gotten more complicated. The reprisals on both sides have amped up. Not that any of us are geopolitical experts, what would you be watching for, and how would you potentially position yourself in the markets ahead of that?
Well, we know what happens with the bearish bias in the market right now. On the first sign of good news, there's a swift movement to the downside. And I think that reflects some sense memory of the supply overhang that's really not there anymore if you look at all the shut-ins that I mentioned. But what you're watching for is the emergence of interlocutor, because the actual organic end of this war doesn't appear to be in sight. So who is that interlocutor going to be? Could it be some of the Gulf states getting together and liaising with Iran and trying to broker a ceasefire? Could it be China? It's not obvious that there's an interlocutor now, and that's one of the reasons why I think we're starting to see risk really washing into prices.
Kevin, that's an interesting point you bring up, the bearish nature of the markets at this point, meaning the expectation is, on most counts, that we will see a pretty swift decline when and if this is resolved. Does that make you nervous about getting long in any of these markets at this point?
Well, I think as you start to take a look at reality, and when you look at tightness in the spot market, for example, reality is that there aren't barrels coming out of the Middle East that there used to be. Now, if you look forward, we're depleting inventories at a pretty swift clip. So strategic reserves at the level of 400 million barrels over the next 3, 4, 5, 6 months aren't going to cover 400 plus million barrels lost between now and the end of April, and that's a conservative estimate. So that would intrinsically make you long. The problem, of course, is what's in the price already could come out of the price if a lot of that was expectation of what I'm describing, in which case you would think about where we were. The EIA looked ahead at a projection of 3.9 million barrels of supply ahead of demand for this month, and it's looking like the deficit of demand ahead of supply is going to be close to 5 million barrels per day. So I'm not sure you'd want to be too short.
Okay. Kevin Book, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
It is just after 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan. Andrew joining us from the Bruin Capital Nexus event in Florida this morning. Among our top stories, Micron shares are getting hit pretty hard this morning. Right now, they're down by about 6.3%. That comes despite better than expected results and upbeat guidance. Don't miss Micron's CEO. He's coming up on Squawk on the Street at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Alibaba shares falling after results missed expectations. The sales rose just 1.7%. Net income dropped 66%, and operating income was off by 74% because of heavier investment spending. And shares of Align Technologies are higher by about 6.5% this morning. Activist investor Elliott Management is said to be building a stake in the maker of Invisalign. Elliott is reportedly planning to engage with the company to try and encourage it to explore ways to lift its stock price. For the 1 year, it's up by about 10.5%, but over 5 years, it's down significantly.
And not a big surprise here. Moments ago, the Bank of England announcing it's holding interest rates steady, widely expected. The European Central Bank's rate decision due at 9:15 a.m. Eastern. I don't know if anyone heard me, but you looked at gold. I mean,
Yes, it's down at 4,700, I thought. Oh, it's actually below that now.
But it's like, look at just today.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand it was a crowded trade.
It was at 47.11 when we started the show.
But it was at 5,500 or whatever, 5,400.
5,000 a couple days ago.
In the midst of the biggest conflict we've seen in a while. But I guess the dollar strengthens maybe, and rate cuts off the table probably. There's a lot of reasons people look for, but I think it was just maybe a crowded. It ran up so much, maybe that's why. But $263 just today, 5%.
And some breaking news for you. Uber and Rivian are partnering to deploy up to 50,000 fully autonomous robo-taxis. The ride-hailing company or its fleet partners plan to purchase 10,000 R2's Rivian robo-taxis. That's with the option to purchase 40,000 more in 2030. As part of the partnership, Uber will invest up to $1.25 billion in Rivian through 2031. It's subject to performance milestones for its autonomous vehicles. The companies expect to begin deploying those robo-taxis in San Francisco and Miami in 2028 and expect to expand to 25 more cities by 2031. Although I'm guessing here in New York City is going to be one of the tougher ones to crack, I would think. Andrew?
Thanks, Becky. We are now on day 20 in U.S. operations against Iran, and joining us to discuss the evolving landscape of global cybersecurity and national defense is retired Air Force General Tim Hawk. He's the former commander of the U.S. Cyber Command and the former director of the National Security Agency. Good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. We're all trying to understand and make sense of what's happening in Iran, what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, and let's just start there. What do you think is happening, and what do you think the timeline is for where we are?
Well, 3 weeks in, I certainly have seen a military campaign that has been relentless on the Iranian military capacity. And the stated objectives of being able to take out their naval capacity as well as all of the other projection capabilities that they have has been incredibly successful and is now putting pressure on the regime. I think the challenge is that there will still be capacity left in Iran. And that capacity will be things like reaching out for attempted cyber attacks, like we saw this week at Stryker. The ability to influence the global economy, to be able to put pressure on the United States and allies, and the ability to continue to pressure the allies in the region with attacks either through drones or some subset of ballistic missiles.
Okay, so if that is true, what will it take for us to knock those capabilities out, or are you suggesting that you can't do that?
Where I think right now, the regime is in a place where every time they use a capability, they bring that capability under risk. Because the United States and Israel have the ability to overfly and target anything in Iran at this point. So if they use a capability, they're putting it at risk. And by the numbers that we've seen dropping, the campaign continues to be successful. But in reality, they're going to be able to have some measure of capability that will pressure allies in the region and potentially hold at risk the straits.
Do you ultimately believe that that there's a way to either create real regime change or to somehow control the Strait of Hormuz?
I think there is going to be ways to reduce the risk in the straits, and I'm sure that is what Central Command is focused on. The targeting that we've seen over the last few days to limit against anti-ship cruise missiles, They've targeted mine laying equipment in the region. They're going to be able to reduce that risk. Be able to bring that to zero is an incredibly difficult task.
Let me ask you a question about just our decision to do this at all, or at least the timing of it. The president had made comments suggesting that he believed there was an imminent threat from Iran. Just yesterday, Kristi Noem was asked about this, about the possibility that that Iran was developing missiles that could get to the U.S. within 6 months, and appeared to contradict the president on that count. What do you make of the decision in terms of whatever you think of as an imminent threat?
Well, I think I'll just put it through the lens of the type of role the intelligence community plays. The intelligence community's job is to be able to produce threat assessments for the political leadership and military commanders, and in there to be able to put time horizons against it. But ultimately, the decision to go to war or to use military capabilities is a political one. And that's ultimately a decision from the president, informed by the Secretary of War and the intelligence community. So what I would expect is that the intelligence community gave a detailed assessment of what they viewed as the threat, both in the short term and the long term. But ultimately, that's a political decision.
Maybe this is also a political question then. The other big issue, and you're seeing it even fracture certain parts of the Republican Party, by the way, the Democratic Party too, but this idea that the U.S. is somehow being led around by Israel. This is what the counterterrorism leader who just stepped down effectively said, that this was effectively we were being influenced by Israel and being influenced too much. What do you make of that?
I don't have any insights into that. I have worked closely with Joe Kent and found him to be a really capable leader focused on counterterrorism. I don't have insight into how those decisions were made. I've certainly been a part of the close partnership with Israel, where we've had shared interests, but I don't know how that decision was reached.
Given everything you know, can we win? And I don't know what you think the definition of win means without boots on the ground.
Well, I think until we really have a clear picture of what are the objectives, the military objectives I think are clear. And I think the final leg of the military component that the Secretary has laid out is to negate the Iranian nuclear capability. That is an incredibly difficult task if we look at how they have produced enriched uranium, where it is stored, and what it would take to be able to negate that capability. That's a very difficult operation that would, if that is the objective, is going to require some intense military capabilities to be able to do.
Let me ask you a different question that relates to technology and AI and cyber to some degree, which is we've been having this big debate about the Pentagon's relationship with Anthropic and what that is supposed to look like or not. Clearly, those talks have now officially broken down completely. Do you believe that it's the right decision to declare that Anthropic is a supply chain risk?
So what I would hope is that the Department of War have access to the best technology possible to be able to enable our military. Anthropic is clearly one of those leaders to be able to deliver technology in a way that would make our military more capable. So what I would hope is they get back in the room and they work their way through how to make sure that Anthropic and the incredible capabilities they bring are available to our nation's warfighters.
But the complicated part, right, is, and look, there's two sides to every story. The Department of War is saying, look, that these Anthropic folks have said, we may stop you from doing certain things. We don't want you to use our technology for certain things. Now, apparently OpenAI has said similar things, but it's not in the contract itself. So the question is, if you're the Department of War, how are you supposed to think about it? By the way, there's some people who say that Anthropic is doing a great marketing job for themselves on the other end.
I would think first, having this discussion as a part of a contract negotiation is probably not the easiest way to make policy. And what I would like to see would be a conversation that says, where does the capability that Anthropic brings fit? Where does it fit in the ability to generate code that is more secure and the ability to do that at an enterprise level? That conversation is not different than what we have with almost every vendor about how do we leverage their capabilities as part of an overall strategy to make us more capable.
And then final question, you mentioned Stryker. When you look at the risks today for U.S. businesses in terms of a cybersecurity attack potentially coming from Iran, where should we be focused? And maybe we're not.
What I expect to see from Iran from a cyber perspective is they're going to lash out at any place they can find that is vulnerable, and it will look an awful lot like a criminal activity. So we see criminal actors almost every day do ransomware attacks against businesses and industry. The Iranian cyber capability will look a lot like that in terms of what it did to Stryker. It found a vulnerability, it deployed a capability to wipe their systems, and every major enterprise is going to be a target, and they're going to look for low-hanging vulnerabilities to take advantage of.
General Hawk, I want to thank you for joining us. This is really interesting.
Thanks, Ed.
Thank you so much. Joe, back to you.
Thank you. Still to come, jobless claims data. Plus, Miami Dolphins owner and real estate investor Stephen Ross. And later, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy with the latest on the TSA shutdown, on the frustration of all the workers. Squawk Box will be right back. The Fed opting to leave rates unchanged is widely anticipated, with just one dissent from Stephen Myron. Joining us with insights is Roger Ferguson, former Fed Vice Chairman and a CNBC contributor. And Roger, good to see you all, as always. How unsettled are you from what's happened? What are we in, day 20? And how unsettled do you think the Fed is in terms of this new this new environment that we find ourselves in? It was daunting and difficult and complicated enough with everything else, tariffs and AI and all these other things. Throw this in, Strait of Hormuz, energy. can we figure this out?
I think with the passage of time, we'll figure it out. Listening to Chair Powell's press conference yesterday and the statement, the word uncertain must have come up more than any other word, more than unemployment, more than inflation. He joked that perhaps they should have missed or passed on the so-called SEP, the dot plots, which is their outlook. And so, how uncertain I am is roughly exactly where they are, which is a high degree of uncertainty, and hence very much a wait-and-see mode.
Where is in your view, in terms of the dual mandate, what is the greater risk right now? Or is it impossible to say? Higher inflation or growth?
Look, I think higher inflation is the greater risk, in part because we've had years where they've missed a 2% target. We know that these sorts of oil shocks already have led to price increases in gasoline and diesel. Those are key inputs to other kinds of industries. And as Chair Powell pointed out, on the growth side, their forecast is for actually pretty good growth, productivity improvements potentially. Very interestingly, he pushed back strongly on this notion of stagnation, saying, the labor market is roughly in balance. So and I've said this a few times here, my greater concern is inflation's already sticky, likely to only go higher, long before it goes lower.
Yeah, it would almost be, I guess, I see what you're saying. It would almost be de facto moving the goalposts and saying, okay, 3% is fine for inflation. If that, but then again, we got to get used to the notion, Roger, that if job creation, new jobs, if it's really low, but you're already at full employment or close to it, and you take in the idea that a lot of companies are going to make do with what they have or use AI to make do with what they have, maybe that, maybe you lessen the importance of the jobs picture in terms of trying to figure out what to do, and you favor or you at least put more stock in the other side of the dual mandate, inflation.
Yeah, one could make that argument. There have been moments when, even with the dual mandate, central bankers have said that, the best way to guarantee full employment is to keep inflation under control and avoid the, stop-start of interest rates in the economy. I think you raise another good point, which is, in this world of productivity improvement, AI, et cetera, and as Jay Powell pointed out, current very restrictive immigration policy, we may be in a equilibrium that is very low higher and very low fire, which appears to be, what we are doing. So I think your point's well taken. I'm not saying that you ignore the dual mandate. I think it becomes much easier to measure inflation and what's acceptable and unacceptable there than maybe it is to figure out, how many jobs should be created. It may be we get sort of an equilibrium that sticks pretty much where it is now. Very low hire, low fire, but an unemployment rate that's close to what we normally think of as full employment. So, your speculation, I can't sort of disagree with that as at least a possible way of thinking through this.
But then I could make the other argument, and that is that if you don't have wage pressure, you really can't have that wage price spiral that it really is, makes inflation more than just transitory. You could look through tariffs maybe. You could even look through $100 oil. That's not going to last. Hopefully, that's not going to be permanent. We got a lot of reason to think we have great production here, and if we handle some of these things, I don't know what that looks like with the strait and all the complications. But this could be not a permanent inflationary regime that we're in either. You could look beyond it.
Well, that's sort of a question is to what degree do central banks, quote, look beyond inflation? I think the challenge right now is that we've got inflation that's been sticky at the core for 3% for a period of time. We've had, as Powell talks about, a series of shocks, all of which have tended to drive inflationary pressures. And we're fortunate, the Fed is fortunate that by most measures, not all, long-term inflation expectations, haven't eroded. But you just can't take that for granted. right? And we've seen two surprisingly high PPI readings, suggesting to some people that there's more inflation in the pipeline, even if some of these terror shocks are somewhat behind us. We don't know how long it takes for these things to pass through. So, I hear you. I would argue that a good central bank at this starting point would be more careful about observing, throwing the word transitory out there. One, for historical reasons, but two, we just don't know what transitory looks like with one shock upon another in a number of key sectors.
Yeah, you're consistent. You know that.
I may be wrong. I actually think I'm right, and yes, I am consistent.
You are very consistent. I don't even know if you, and I heard you say it.
It's been pretty right for a while.
I know you, but I heard him say it, what he really thinks between the lines, that if you take care of inflation, you'll take care of the other side. I don't even think.
What Greenspan always.
I don't even think you are a dual mandate person, Roger. If you were king.
The law is clear. The execution's up to the citizen.
Yeah. Yeah, we could do it with just dollar stability. You and Judy Shelton. Thanks, Roger.
I'm certainly a price inflation guy. Thank you so much, Joe. Always a pleasure.
Okay. See you.
Okay, coming up next, right after the break, Stephen Ross is going to join us to talk about everything from tax policy to real estate and so much more. One of the legends of the real estate industry. And then Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is going to join us with the latest on the DHS shutdown and, yes, the TSA and all of those lines at the airport. Squawk Box returns after this.
Damn.
There's a look at the futures. Dow down by 282 points. The Nasdaq off by 185. S&P futures down by just over 40 points. Up next, weekly jobless claims data and the March Philly Fed manufacturing survey. And then
We're getting close.
Ross CEO and Miami Dolphins owner.
Good morning, retail traders. Am I the only one in here today? Let me look. For I'm Washboardjim. I've been working on the railroad. Vroom. Vroom. Getting my hours in. Vroom. Vroom. CNBC is currently in a commercial break. Okay, YouTubers, Jimmy nailed MU. Jimmy said he was not bullish on MU yesterday. That it was over pumped. Squawk Box comes out and says, it's up over 600% in 3 years. You idiots, it's up over 800% in a year. Why did they say the 3 year? They never say 3 years. They always say 1 year. Today it was 3 year, and I'm going, fucking people, man. Stop rigging the market. Where's my little... Darn it. Do my... Huh. Well, that sucks. I'm gonna go up to my car. I know I didn't. Oh, I got one more jacket to look at. Where's that? It's in the car.
430. We're now hovering at 431. That's also important that the long end took so long to get there. The curve is now at 41 basis points, 10s minus 2s. This is all about the Fed, and it's all about the uncertainty of the conditions in the conflict mixed in with sticky inflation that was residual and all the unknowns with regard to how the conflict and how many of the issues of the day, including tariffs, even though we push them to the back of our mind, are going to affect the U.S. economy and indeed the global energy markets. Andrew, back to you.
Rick, thank you for that. And joining us right now here in Boca to discuss a wide range of topics, everything from the economy and some of the things that Rick was just talking about to taxes, private credit, real estate, business of sports. Joining us now, Stephen Ross, a legend in the business, related Ross, CEO and chairman, and of course, Miami Dolphins owner. It's great to see you, sir.
Great to be here. Great to see you again.
I always love talking to you because you've got your pulse on the economy, and there's all sorts of things happening here in Florida. But before we even get there, what is your sense of the economy more broadly? We've been talking about what Jay Powell said yesterday about labor and everything else, and I'm curious where you land on this, given all of the portfolio you have around the country.
I mean, there's so much uncertainty today. You know where it's going to be, what's going to happen.
There's no uncertainty.
So I think today you're cautious.
What are you talking about?
Back to exactly where we were. So the question is, where are we going? And everybody's trying to anticipate
where are we going?
the right answer.
We were just talking about camera about what's happening.
We're going to the 200 EMA, you idiot.
I'm curious what you think about people making real estate investments in the Middle East right now, and whether you think some of those people, by the way, who are living there, might ultimately come to a place like this.
Well, I mean, that's we were talking about it because, today things never go back to where they were. And, people thought that the Middle East was like, the new Switzerland, if you will. And you can see the vulnerabilities that it has, and it will always have. It'll be in the back of people's minds what could happen. Unless there's regime change, that could change the whole thing. But
yes.
If it goes back, the war's over, the same regime, I mean, people aren't going to...
We're at support right now.
A long-term solution is a place where they want to be and park their assets. So... I mean,
this is definitely at support.
People aren't talking about or aren't thinking about.
I think I'm going to go long here. I got 657.71. Let's see if we hit it. A little bit below it, but that don't matter. I got 57.71. That ain't the number I wanted. Well, let me go back and look. Yeah, it's pretty close. And resistance to break would be this. Oh, that's her. I already put it on there.
It'll really be here, and what the future looks like.
Final question. You own the Dolphins. We've been talking about the NFL actually all morning because there's going to be a rights deal that's going to come up. How much bigger do you think that deal can be? By the way, and we mention it because a lot of the other sports folks here are nervous that so much money is going to the NFL that it effectively is going to actually crowd out everybody else.
Well, I mean, we're involved also with Formula One.
F1, right.
And the tennis, Miami Open tennis tournament that's going on right now. I mean, the interest from the public, the attendance is like all-time highs, People are looking for live entertainment. Right. And I think sports is obviously the most popular of all. So I think the values will continue to grow. As people's wealth continues to grow, they like to participate in it and be able to root for their teams. And now they're buying, interest in teams that they weren't otherwise. So the interest in sports today is probably growing dramatically.
We got to run. I think you've made more money on F1 than you have on the Dolphins. Am I wrong?
F1 has been a great of a yes.
Right? And that's extraordinary.
Right.
I mean, a lot of people think NFL, but F1 for you.
No, we had more attendance for our F1 race, those 3 days, than the entire season tickets that we sold.
It's unbelievable. Stephen, thank you.
Thank
really
you.
Appreciate it.
Great seeing you again.
You bet. Becky, back to you.
Becky, thank you. And it's great to see Stephen, too. Up next, the latest on the government funding standoff and the impact on the TSA and airports around the country as lines and frustration grow. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy will join us next.
Hey, little sister, what is going on? Regretta Meta at 6:15. Oh, another pullback. That's my support right there. And Amazon down a buck. Meta. I did that one already. NVIDIA. I think we're getting somewhere here on NVIDIA. I had a triple bottom on something. Yeah, shit, this thing can go down. Another $5. And that'd be a strong buy, I bet. Right there. 173 something. Okay, Jim, think. $173.28 with a head and shoulders right here. That's your first support. Will be a two-headed snake or a triple bottom on NVIDIA. And on the daily, we're at the 200 SMA at 178. So that could be another alert right there. We'll put it on the body of that candle. Now you see, when I'm drawing an alert, I'm going to look for a spot where I think it's close. And then I'm going to line it up with the body of the candle, and that's that next body right there. And then I'm going to look, see if we got a lot of wicks or bodies holding that area. You know, so I got to adjust above. I got to set my alert above that 200 moving average. So that's where my alert's going to be, right there on this candle right here. For resistance to break. And I'll take it at or above.
360 TSA agents have quit their jobs in the midst of the continued partial government shutdown. The airport security shortages are causing massive delays.
Yeah, I think that's a raw deal right there.
To smaller airports potentially being closed completely. That's according to the TSA.
I mean, it's a security risk for one. Our federal government is responsible for that, the Democrats. Because they want to get that vote with them illegal criminals. I hate this country anymore. It's just not what it used to be. I really do. I'll probably end up when I retire, be very isolated. Except at titty bars. $178.51. That's, we're above that. Oh, that's a support. I can't think. Come on, Lord, help me out here. That's better. That's better. Raise it up just a little bit. NVIDIA, PLTR, we're at the 200 on it. Got a little bit oversold down here with a triple bottom, fallen wedge. Now we're at the 63 to break and the 200 to hold. Replace that alert to right a little above 150. 150.33. And AMD, we got to pull back on AMD. I missed quite a few trades with this one. AMD's at the 200. I mean, there's a lot of solid supports here. Everything's at the 200. And this is what I've been calling out for the last couple of months. Ever since I've done that first touch on the 200. Right back in here. So we got a flag. I mean, it's poised to break out. But market conditions aren't the best. So we got to hold. We got to hold. $185. That'd be a pivot point in the gap off of a triple top breakout. And it had some real good news here or something. Back on 10, 12. Hundred. I mean, this is a clean chart. Real clean. I'd say this thing's going to break out in a day or two. Maybe Monday. Get back to above 200. It's an interesting thought. I keep looking at this here. I want to see where this takes me. So it takes you right back to the 100 or the 63, right around 210. About $10 bounce. Man, that looks really tasty. So you got AMD. Hims I won't trade. Tesla. We're back to that 386 area. Got a head and shoulders. Inverse head and shoulders on Tesla at open. Joby is down 954. I got to wait till the market's bullish to take this trade. I want to go long, long, long. Amazon. Oh gosh, Amazon's looking tasty. Mr. got downgraded, I think. Or was it Mr. or MU was way over pumped. MU. That really pissed me off how they were doing that on CNBC. I know pumpers. CNBC Squawk Box is probably one of the biggest pumpers out there. Why? Because they don't chart. They don't chart no more. They used to. But they just don't do it. And then they pump these triple tops over and over again. What was I doing? Oh, watch list. You know, I want to bring this to everybody's attention on how to recognize something that's overbought, way overbought. In 1 year, this thing went from 60 or 50 some dollars, 64, all the way up to 471. It's almost an $800 increase. 800% increase. In 1 year. I look at something like that and I just freak out. Apple's got a triple bottom coming up. Looks like we might have hit it already. So I'm going to take the body, run it up to that body. That runs right into a double confirmation of a support level, of a double bottom, triple bottom, triple bottom. So this could be good to 258, back to the 9. $957, oh, right here on top of the Truizer top. Body, 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 wick. That's on the weekly. So somewhere down in here. And you got a quad bottom right here at 249.10. So that's where I'm going to put my alert. Quad. If you can count to 4, you can make a little bit more. That's 249.24. Alert set to 249.10. I'm going to go get my coffee. It's been sitting way too long. And pal, you're the worst.
A tribute to tariffs to a large degree.
Right. I think that if you're the president of the United States, you're listening, you're basically saying, okay, how much is he really fingering me on?
Gold, 4,556 ounce, down $340, and the dollar is trading at 99.79. So that is definitely worth noting. Also, oil right now at 97.17 the barrel. And Bitcoin trades 69,395. It is definitely a risk off here at the moment, down 2.5%. And there you have it, the bond yield. Look at that, 10-year bond yield, 4.31%. We have not seen 4.3 in a very long time. Alex Coffey, co-host of Next Gen Investing, is joining me now. And certainly, as bond yields are moving higher, that also is pressuring stocks, coupled with the energy story, which is front and center, #1 here on Wall Street. Good morning to you, and some of your thoughts here on what's going on now. It's not only Iran, but it's Qatar. It's all the Gulf states, the Arab nations. It is definitely intertwined at this point.
Yeah, good morning, Nicole. It really is. And when you start looking at the targets of these more recent strikes being directed at energy infrastructure, whether it's oil fields or refineries, it starts to raise the concern that regardless of resolution and what the time frame is for resolution, there can be lasting impacts just simply from the damage. And so you're really starting to see this reflected in global prices, particularly within the spread between Brent crude and WTI, West Texas Intermediate crude here in the U.S. So /BZ or Brent crude is trading almost $113 a barrel, despite the fact that you see WTI crude pretty little change and still in the mid-90s at 96.25. It also highlights that the impacts from this geopolitical conflict are going to be uneven. Places in Asia, places in Europe are going to feel the fallout far greater than possibly the U.S. will. Because although prices have certainly gone up in the terms of the energy complex here in the U.S., we largely can be self-sustaining to a greater extent than countries that are relying almost entirely on importing
God,
these.
where are you from, man? Your voice.
Crude oil are really going to be susceptible to these dramatic spikes, particularly in Brent crude. So all that to be said, it changes the dynamics just a little bit. The conversations earlier in the week and last week, Nicole, were, hey, if they can find an off-ramp sooner than later, it can be a short-term, relatively contained supply shock that was more driven by logistical disruption. But if serious long-term damage is caused to some of these different energy infrastructure or refineries or fields, and you can have a longer-term supply impact even if the conflict is resolved soon.
Yeah, and it's certainly does not feel like there's, even though we've heard the language that it's going to be days and weeks, doesn't feel like today's the day that it's wrapping up, that's for sure. In fact, you know, you're starting to really get a sense of frustration. Saudi Arabia, some of these Arab nations and Gulf states are starting to say, listen, we've been quiet. We're not going to sit here quietly for much longer. And so what happens next, right? In the meantime, I can't get over
that's good.
what's going on with gold, but I do want to touch on the Fed from yesterday. Your thoughts from Jay Powell, the market reaction?
Yeah, I think largely, I don't know that there was a ton of surprise, but there was change. So I think those two things can be taken together, and it can still make sense. So the FOMC didn't change its policy. It was all left unchanged. That was expected. There was the lone dissent, which of course was Stephen Myron in favor of a cut. The median participant on the dots still has the 125 basis point cut this year and another one next year. All that to be said, though, my opinion, probably the right thing to do. There had to be an acknowledgement of what's changed. And what's changed is the picture is a lot more cloudy. There's another variable to take into account with what's going on in the Middle East. And it kind of balances out those risks. So there is still risk that you're going to see economic deterioration and the labor market start to crack. That hasn't gone away. That's been the reason for the bias for lower rates. But now you have that new complication in terms of price stability. And yeah, it could be short-lived, but and yeah, it's not a core price, but there can be impact, and there is impact from what's going on. And so it does require them to take a step back and reassess things, and they can only do so as fast as the data comes in. And so I thought it was probably the approach that they did take, and it doesn't give us more answers. If anything, it leaves us with more questions. But I thought Jerome Powell looked like anything but lame duck up there, Nicole, and is certainly still very much in command of the FOMC.
It was really evident that they weren't going to be doing anything, right? I mean, you know, inflation may tick higher and labor may tick lower, slowing a bit. I was saying this was probably one of his easiest meetings ever. There was really no question what he might do as far as rates. It was very evident unchanged was going to be the playbook. And the uncertainty of the Iran war, as you said, he acknowledged that. And so in the meantime, we'll have to wait and see on that and what happens and how that falls out. He also talked about the tariffs and how those would take 9, 10, 11, 12 months to sort of trickle through, but that actually inflation could come down when those are finished. So that was the other side of inflation. What about jobless claims and gold? Let's talk about gold first.
Yeah, the gold move's interesting. We'll see the sustainability of this type of rapid price deterioration. Part of the gold premium was at least sold to me that it was geopolitical related, and it's sort of a safety play on that kind of tension. Well, that certainly hasn't dissipated just yet. But for those who look at gold as sort of the irresponsible money, hedge, perhaps higher rates worldwide, perhaps a strengthening dollar is leading to this type of reaction. So gold in many ways has a mind of its own and certainly trades on its own. It's had an incredible run over the last several years. Probably was due for some sort of repricing. But this is a big move, almost a 7% decline, double that if you're looking at silver down 13%. So certainly a situation to monitor. As far as jobless claims go, Nicole, better than expected. At 205,000 for the initial claims for last week. All that to be said, though, in the context of what we just talked about with the Fed, we should always be hoping for job market stability and job growth and economy that's growing. But just in the context of the last 24 hours, labor market strength might scare the equity market just a little bit as the inflation fears start to dominate the conversation.
All right. Good to see you, Alex Coffey. Thank you for all of that. And I just will say what Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said. He said we may unsanction Iranian oil on the water. That's about 140 million barrels. And I'm paraphrasing, still looking for that Now, you'd be surprised if there wasn't some sort of international coalition to guide ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Also says it expects to have a discussion with the Prime Minister of Japan, Takaichi. And so those were some of the comments that were made by Scott Bessent, and that helped to bring at least a little bit oil down. Brent had been as high as $116, by the way. We saw it now closer to 113, 112.98. All right, let's bring in senior markets correspondent Kevin Green to talk about Micron. Great quarter. What are your thoughts this morning, Kevin Green?
Good morning, Nicole. Yeah, we are seeing the shares down about 6% in pre-market trading, and this is actually after a pretty, actually a really good quarter. What they actually reported here, beating both on the top and bottom line. But it's the guidance moving forward when you're looking at capex, which is really why we are seeing this move to the downside. Now, the company did increase its dividend by 30%, and they are seeing strength because of the AI data center build out, obviously, and tight supply markets are also allowing them to push prices higher, which is also improving their margins. And if you're looking at the mobile client margins right now, sitting at around 79%, close to 80% at this point. With their fiscal year 2026 capex spend, they are guiding now at $25 billion. They raised it by $5 billion, and that's around $3 billion more than the street's expectations here. And the concern that maybe some investors and traders have is that the capex spend for them to build out some of these other facilities in order to increase capacity, we may actually see the fact that they could roll out this additional capacity at a time where the market is well supplied and potentially creates a glut. This is not something that's out of the norm. We have seen this before when it comes to Micron, especially around COVID-19 here. But once again, they continue to see very strong demand. Profitability remains high at this point, and the stock was trading near its all-time highs. High expectations, elevated expectations here. Maybe a buy the rumor, sell the news, but the capex spin is really what's dampening a lot of enthusiasm for this name this morning.
All right, thank you for that. Look, we're seeing it down here about 6.5%. I mean, that's a pretty big move when you look at $30, right? I mean, $30 is a big move there. It's at $432 right now. Then there's Alibaba. The earnings miss. Thoughts?
Yeah, we're seeing the shares down about 7%. The revenue actually increased by 1.7% on a year-over-year basis. That did miss the street's expectations. And if you're looking at net income, there was a drop of 66% on a year-over-year basis. Now, that is because of the heavy spending that they are doing, not only when it comes to the data centers and trying to build out their artificial intelligence ecosystem, but also because of the promotions that they are providing and the discounts they are providing for the products that they sell to consumers. Now, we know that in China, the consumer is still relatively weak because of the property crisis, as well as incomes having a little bit of uncertainty because of some stimulus measures or lack of stimulus measures coming from the government, and they are seeing margin pressure. Now, if you're looking at the cloud business, that was a bright spot, an increase of around 36% on a year-over-year basis when you're looking at cloud revenue, and this is because of the AI agents that they're integrating across their ecosystem, as well as building out a token-heavy AI platform in general here. So stock is selling off. You are actually seeing a break of a key level. This 130 level actually has been a key area of support. Let's see how the market reacts when we do open up here. But this is not a great report when it comes to Alibaba. We know that they have some headwinds when it comes to the economy within China, but also a lot of competition, which is also pushing margins to the downside. And a lack of ROI or guidance on the ROI when it comes to AI is creating maybe some of this fear in the market, at least for this morning.
All right, Kevin Green, great to see you. Thank you so much. We'll get you ready for the trading day, folks. We have Tiffany McGee from Pivotal Advisors joining us in just a moment. Stocks are looking a little lower here this morning as oil has moved higher. Right now, oil's at 97 and change for West Texas.
Initial reaction to the home sales. I vote up. It's spring. Someone asked me about silver yesterday, and I said no. I've only seen silver run twice in 22 years. But we are getting at a support. Oh, we broke below the support. I got to take that back.
Market, built for traders who want more than just
We
headlines.
broke below.
Walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
God, I had
Options to
64.98.
earnings to volatility plays. We bring decades of trading experience to every segment.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Hi, I'm Alex.
I'm Jean. And I'm his mom.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vardis and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more. Welcome back to Opening Bell and a happy Thursday to you. We are ready to get ready for this trading day. We are moments away from the opening bell. Tiffany McGee, CEO and CIO at Pivotal Advisors, is with me. And obviously we've seen the markets gyrate lately, and particularly over the last 24 hours now as oil's moved higher. We did hear from Scott Bessent saying that U.S. has allowed Iranian oil out of the Gulf and, also may unsanction Iranian oil, just trying to alleviate a little bit of the worries pertaining to oil. But there's definitely escalation in the frustration, not only of Iran, Israel, and the U.S., but also those Gulf states, those Arab Gulf states. So what do you think is happening here with this Iran war and how it's affecting our stock market here at home?
Good morning, Nicole. Thanks for having me. So listen, I think there are a couple of different factors kind of affecting the markets. The major headline clearly is the war in Iran. So listen, oil prices are rising. When we look at, in addition to the Fed, what we're really seeing happening, oil prices are rising, and so it's really giving us inflation re-escalation risk, right? So supply disruptions, of course, with the oil due to the war. Energy.
I'm just so sick of this. I wish they had this outrage during the Biden years when oil got up to 130, but they didn't. They didn't. They did not. And we had a year of sell-off. They weren't doing their job. They weren't. I mean, it's a totally different. I wish people were more consistent and not very biased. And we'd be, we'd get some honesty out of these people.
Include energy picks.
Everything turned all of a sudden up. And back to my support channel. SPX will be down, so let's chart SPX. How much more time? I got 20 minutes, 10 minutes. Gosh. Yeah, this thing can go drop a lot. We get down to 60. We can get a 500-point drop on the SPX. I mean, yeah, 500 point. That'd be a good spot right there. Triple top breakout. So you see this candle's a little bit higher than this one here. So I take my trend line. I go to that body right there. And run it up to that body. So somewhere right in here. Right here at this double. It's that candle right there. After it broke out of the quad top. 1 of them, 2 bits, 3 bits, 4 bits. And then it broke out and pulled back to the previous resistance. You remember that when you're doing a trade, you don't have to take it right at the initial break. These fat cats on CNBC will call out these triple and quad tops, and they'll get you stuck in it. Have enough patience to have it retest and make sure it's worthy, and then jump in the trade. Unless you're scalping the breakout. Who's the only winner? False information. I want false information. I need receipts. There's only 2 people that voted. Am I missed one? Oh shit. Why didn't you tell me? Deposit facility rate, probably 2 rate. Interest rate decision, 9:15 a.m. Yawn. Initial reaction to the start of the EBC press conference at 9:45. The EBC press conference, yawn. Now see if I won. Magnificent. I'd select the yawn. I sleep through most of them, just like I do on Sunday at church. I did something different. Let me see what time it is. We got 6 minutes. So I noticed at church, everybody sits in the same seat. Every single time. Everybody sits in the same seat. So I did something different. I've been flirting with this girl. And so I sat up in the balcony and I looked down at her this time, see if she was looking around for me. Little Asian chick. I'm saying, baby, you know, I need a family. We got the preacher up here talking about family. Sticking it out. I mean, going through the hard and soft times. Well, if you marry me, I guarantee that you'll have a home. You'll have a loving husband. You'll have anything that you ever want. And yes, I'll take care of all your needs and your family needs. First day I saw her, I bought her a thing of chocolate. She probably freaked out on that. But I got 2 of them, one for her girlfriend and one for her. Said, nice to meet you. My name's Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and not being a transsexual. We got a triple top, baby. We got a triple top, baby, on the SPX. I bet you it drops down, and that previous support will now become resistance. So, we'll find out here. We'll run it back up to the resistance line at open. Oh, well, we're right on it. What the heck? Yeah, we're right on it. Might just bounce right up, right at open. Bounce up to the yin yang. Right there, 66.40 or less. Here, let's do this. Yeah, just right under the 100. So this is definitely going to dip down. If we break that, it'll come up to here. Or maybe right here, I better put that there. It's a smarter move. We have less than 2 minutes. We're definitely at a support level of a triple bottom. And on the 4 hour, we could see 66.18. $66.18.70 right there. Oh, right there. 74. So I put it just a little bit above that line. That'll be the resistance to break, maybe. That 2 hour chart's kind of clean. Look at the drama we've had here. We've got a fallen wedge with a triple bottom. Okay, let's get her going. Be patient. Don't try to overtrade. Get a good trade out of the day, call it a night. Jim, you didn't have your platform set up. But I can't win like that. We definitely broke below them. You got a double bottom on NVIDIA. Oh, just a big old fat dollar pullback right there, just now. NVIDIA the 20th. The 180 strike. At 91 cents. He's still in him. Well, I had 176.29. Why did I jump in that thing? So I'm going to add on here. Let's see if we get a reversal now. Yep, just triggered. Riot. I've got an alert on Riot. We can do it, NVIDIA. I'm counting on you. Ooh, no. MU pulled back to 421. Now there's a lot of people hyped up in this stock. I bet you're some stuck in it because the way they promoted it. You just can't promote something that's up 800% in a year. I mean, that's nuts. CRM had a big bounce. Huge bounce on CRM. I got 374 for Tesla. We do have a little bit of green coming in. We have a 6-minute pullback on the video. Apple just broke out. Not Apple, but AMD, Meta, Head and Shoulders, counting a wick. Apple just moving up. Just hit resistance on Apple. How am I looking over here? I'm looking better. I got more of these suckers. Probably not the smartest move right there. We'll get it out of these even, I think. Just need a little bit more. $0.70. 91. And we're at the 9. Damn. Should have bought, well, I don't want to throw a lot in here. We got a symmetrical flag on Meta. Symmetrical flag on Apple. It's resistance at the 50 SMA, and I'm at 71. I'm about even on the SPY. Should I sell it? Or should I see if we get the triple top and break the 200 EMA? Question was asked. I'm even. Was. Damn it. Right hit the 200. Fuck. No. SPY's at the 200. We broke the VWAP on the SPY. IWM's at the 200. You're giving it time. We got higher lows. We got a breakout on PLTR. I'm waiting for NVIDIA. AMD just broke the 21. The 9's trying to cross the 21. Trying. NVIDIA has to break the 9. We broke resistance on Apple. And we have a 3 black crows on Meta at a triple bottom. One bits, 2 bits, and a freebie with a 1, 2, 3. back to the 200. Quantum are all down. Quantum. I'm waiting for the perfect setup. I'm still in the SPY. I'm in NVIDIA. Today's gainers on my scan. Percentage gainers. We got SER up 74%. These are penny stocks. CHNR up 57. 2. That seems. I remember one week I traded stocks that only had an animal's name for a week. I wouldn't trade nothing else but anything that had a name of an animal. Five's up huge. So is LNG. Oh, damn, Jim. You didn't think about it. Yeah, this was a bad mistake on my part. I should have learned this months ago. Yeah, it's Rivian up $1.22. You would think that the EV car sector would be running right now. I got a call from a girl yesterday just loving her Tesla. She paid $40 for gas last month. $40. And where she lives, gas is probably $4 a gallon. I'm thinking about getting a Tesla when I move out to the country. But not till I get out of this frickin' town, though. Crackheads here don't care about cars. WDS. Wasn't that one that... Woodside Energy. Energy stocks are killing it. I'm green on NVIDIA. Okay. We've got the 200 come. What is this? 63. Yeah. Come on. Don't do it. Just give me a fat candle. See, we're at a resistance. This really sucks. I'm green, but not by much. There we go. That helped. Come on. Peace. Touch it. That'll give me another 5 cents, I bet. Another $100. Yeah. Okay, if you took NVIDIA, I'm calling an exit idea. I'm calling exit idea on NVIDIA. I accept the grade. I sure do. They owed 86. Yes. So that took quite a while. It took 26 minutes to trade that. Oh, better not put it there. She'll get pissed. You didn't give me that trade. I think these pulls are rigged. Who agrees with me? Washboardjim is the chillest trader in the world. That took a long shot. Uh-oh. Who won this one? This market is rigged. Oh, I got that one right. I got one right. Magnificent. Give me an A+. Jim, I'm very proud of you today. Do you mind if I give you a hug and sniff your hair? I started hair sniffing after Joe Biden became president. Women really like it. If you want a good one-liner, say, honey, nice to meet you. Do you mind if I sniff your hair? Baba did pull back to my red line support at 122. Is that a Fibonacci? I charted this one up yesterday into earnings. And we got Boeing. We got to watch Boeing. So this is not a Fibonacci. This was definitely a solid support of something. Ah, bull flag, snake. Well, what to do? I think I wait. The oil is a big deal to China. They don't drill it like we do. I got an A+. I'm going to keep this and cherish it. I'm going to let everybody know. We got Meta hit the 200. I called Meta out. Look at that. Look at that. Another A+, please. Yeah, I called AMD out. Boom, to the 200. Apple pulled back and is respecting the 200. Yes, I want them every 2 minutes. Oh, I gotta leave today. Fuck. I hate it. I gotta take my car down there and have that guy buff that black tar off my hood. Whatever you call it, on a rubber hose. I'm sure as hell that that thing got spanked on my hood. Sammy's up.
A pretty crazy morning, in fact. So here's a look at what is coming up on today's show. We'll examine what's next for potential rate cuts after the Fed. Held again
91 cents.
One of our guests is still projecting, though, 3 cuts
Nvidia.
this year. We'll dive into that. And over the next hour,
94. Oh,
God. Is up more than 20% this year going into earnings, and multiple outlets have lowered Nike price targets ahead of earnings later this month as well. Let's take a look at where markets stand about half an hour into this session, because we are looking at back-to-back losses here off the back of the session we saw yesterday.
I did say,
of course, a risk off in this market this morning. We're at 65
the 100
now on the S&P 500, so down around 0.5%. The Nasdaq 100 down 0.6%. Obviously, levels matter.
That would have been
in this
nice.
market, as we have, of course, crossed a few technically important ones this morning. The Dow Jones down around 0.5% as well, shedding about 200 points. The Russell 2000 also down 0.5% as well. So we see an extension of these losses this morning, as of course we do continue to track these crude prices higher, and that spread between WTI and Brent is notable. So let's take a look at some of these foreign markets, because that really is the big story for us this morning. What is happening internationally this morning? FTSE 100 down 2.5%. The DAX out in Germany down 3%. Suffice to say, we are off the session's lows right now out in London, but we currently have Madame Lagarde speaking off the back of the ECB decision to hold rates. The BOE sitting on its hands as well. The BOJ also held fire overnight. We have the Nikkei 225 down 3.4%. So a lot of central bank action this morning, so we are seeing that playing out in FX markets. Hang Seng Index down at 2%. So risk off across global equities this morning. Let's take a look at these futures products, because as I said, a lot of moves in the currency markets. Global yields are rising. In fact, the gilts market surging right now. We've got the 10-year yield here actually coming off what we've seen this morning, the highs of about 429. We're at 427 right now. We'll dig into that later. The US dollar index, so right now pretty, we have been flat, but it is 99.44 as we stand. As I mentioned, we've got some strength coming through for sterling, also the euro and the yen this morning. Gold is lower. We'll catch up with KG on what's happening in this metals trade in a little bit. Crude oil, as I mentioned, we're at $96 a barrel right now, picking up as we continue to see these blows to energy infrastructure. It doesn't look like we're seeing any de-escalation at this stage. Bitcoin is, wow, 70,000 flat right now, so down about 2%. So that's the setup for this morning. Let's get out to Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent. What a mental morning, KG. I mean, plenty of moving parts here. We've got some data. I saw the jobless claims, 205 on the headline. Philly Fed manufacturing better than expected. Prices paid, interesting. I don't know if that's the closest thing to a crystal ball we have right now. But we've also got a lot of data hitting the tape right now. New home sales. We've also got wholesale inventories. Take it from wherever you would like. Pick your adventure, KG.
Definitely. Okay, so if we're looking at new home sales, we actually saw a dramatic drop compared to what the street's expectations were. This is actually looking at January. We saw 587,000 homes being sold. Those are new homes here. Street was looking for 722,000. We also saw a revision to the December numbers. Previously was 745,000. That got dropped to 712,000. So a pretty significant drop, especially if you're looking at the month-over-month numbers here. That's a 17.6% drop on a month-over-month basis. Even if you're looking at the previous month, that drop was around 6.8%. So you are seeing some weakness when it comes to new home sales here. That might be on the back of interest rates moving a little bit higher, maybe concerns for the consumer, maybe the labor market weakening here, especially if you're looking at the monthly BLS report, and that is not really a good sign for the home builders itself. The U.S. leading index, that came in line with the street's expectations, down negative 0.1%. Matching the street's expectations. Sam, you would
Spies pulled
that
back.
the leading index may be dramatically lower for next month if the losses in the S&P 500 continue. That's actually a major component, as well as energy prices moving to the upside. We'll keep that one on the radar. And wholesale inventory is actually a surprise draw, seeing a drop of 0.5%. Street was looking for 0.2%. That's exactly what you would like to see if you are a wholesaler, getting out of that inventory, trying to backfill with new inventory. That also could be a signal that maybe demand is holding up, or maybe we just kind of saw more of an equilibrium. So a lot of economic data on the calendar here for today. Not a lot that probably will shake up these markets given the headlines that we have. But the new home sales, I would say, is a little bit concerning if this trend does continue and the deceleration becomes a little bit more paramount.
Concerning, given the fact that those numbers had come in before we saw this conflict in the Middle East, and I'm just wondering, obviously what that means, as you say, for the builders and just the macro backdrop, obviously going into this conflict, given where we are now with how consumers are perhaps feeling about the state of the economy. So something to think about. Obviously, in Powell's commentary yesterday, he did flag the housing market as one of the concerns, but no doubt being offset by what he said was a stronger looking economy, particularly with some of the consumption. But I don't know, the Fed feels like last week at this point, given all the headlines we're dealing with this morning. Talk to us about this gap between WTI and Brent. What is driving the price action? What headlines are you paying attention the most this morning, KG?
Yeah, you're seeing one of the largest spreads between Brent and WTI that we've seen since around 2012, actually. And this difference is one, there's just a breakdown right now within the financial markets and what's happening in the physical markets. As we can see, the spread differential, especially for Brent yesterday, compared to what you're seeing for Saudi crude or even Omani crude, was sitting at around $20 to $35, kind of depending on the spot rate that you're looking at. And that's really not normal, and we are starting to see Brent kind of inch to the upside. Crude oil is actually staying a little bit stagnant. There's also this notion that maybe the U.S. may impose some export restrictions that could also reduce WTI prices, but it also then kind of spreads out that differential, making it a lot harder for energy companies to be able to hedge their positioning here. And then there was also a report that floated out potentially having tariffs on oil as well. Now those tariffs are obviously going to be on the import of oil. That actually probably puts a little bit more pressure on the consumer as well as energy companies. But we are seeing a little bit of a pullback here. I think there's a headline that I think is actually very interesting, and maybe the reason why we are seeing a little bit more of a push to the upside, recapturing some of these losses for the equity market. The Iranian foreign minister here said that there is zero restraint if our infrastructures are struck again. Any end to this war must address damages to our civilian sites. Kind of
No, this is not Beth. This is Jim.
Hold off for right now and hold off on the energy.
I've had this number for a while, so I don't think there's no Beth here.
Tensions could cool. I think that's probably providing us a little bit of for the equity markets as well as why we are seeing crude oil move to the downside here from the session. So a lot kind of going on here. The policy prescriptions, we'll get an update from JD Vance and some oil executives today as to what policies that they are advocating for. But Sam, if you're an energy trader, especially those that actually follow the physical markets, a lot of these policies actually could be a little bit more detrimental to the U.S. energy companies as well as the consumer if they're implemented for a long time.
That's exactly right, yeah, and that's what we're watching. And obviously the technicals and the levels matter today as well, KG, given, of course, stocks haven't been able to hold that 200-day. I'm seeing that also as far as metals are concerned. I mean, silver has broken both 100-day and 50-day. Copper has given back the 2026 gains. What is going on right now in metals?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the big drop that we are seeing right now is the fact that we are seeing the dollar moving lower. Now, it's moving lower probably because of maybe the optimism that maybe there could be a resolution. But you have the dollar lower, you have yields higher, and you have equity markets lower. That's a combination that is very rare. And the last times that we usually see this is usually for those taco trades, if you will, because it's a signal of lack of liquidity coming out of the market, or liquidity coming out of the market, and that could create a little bit of a concern for equity traders as well as for the bond market. This is also leading to economic growth scares, and that's why you are seeing the industrial metals dropping so aggressively here over today's session. Aluminum had one of the biggest drops that we've seen, I believe, in almost 15 years, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, copper also pulling back. Now, copper was actually hitting a key area of resistance, this channel line. So a pullback seemed like it was, for the most part, likely. But if you think about the dynamics here, we have a shortage in chemicals being moved throughout the world. Mining equipment also going to be impacted by this, but you are still seeing sellers actually selling these industrial commodities because of the economic slowdown concerns. And unfortunately, Sam, if we continue to see this conflict escalate over the next couple of weeks, I think you probably could actually see maybe more of this being priced in, which is not going to be good because it's harder to try to restart those type of fears, especially if you have inflationary concerns around the globe.
Tracking the headlines coming out of the Middle East, obviously a lot of attention on these energy facilities, the world's largest LNG plant seeing extensive damage. I don't know also what you think of some of these lines. I've seen a report also about Iran working on a law to charge ships for Hormuz safe passage. That seems to have been taken as somewhat of a positive, according to some of the notes I'm getting from traders this morning. Just talk us through the headlines, the price action, and particularly in LNG, which I know you track very closely.
Well, Sam, I actually wrote about that in our Saturday piece for Market Minute. You guys can actually subscribe to that and sign up and check that out. But this is something that's actually a little bit more evident. If you look at a site like Marine Traffic, you are seeing select tankers as well as cargo ships moving through the strait. But the trajectory or the path that they are taking is very unique. They're going through basically two different islands that are potentially being utilized as checkpoints here. And the Iranians actually did mention about a week ago that if a country reaches out and kind of makes a deal, that they could allow a safe passage as long as they are not aligned with the U.S. or Israel. So I don't think that's not something that's kind of new. It seems like that's been implied, and they are creating their own pseudo checkpoint here, and that's going to have an impact when it comes to crude oil. You know, also made a mention saying that they're going to potentially drop Iranian sanctions on crude, which is very unique because China and India were going to buy Iranian crude regardless. But you can see that there's a lot of different actions that are taking place in order to try to free up maybe some of the oil on water right now, getting them to key destinations in order to relieve some of this pressure. But if the conflict continues, I still think that it's going to be a very big hurdle for us to try to calm down these prices. The trajectory right now for oil still kind of points to the upside if you're looking at it from the technical standpoint as well as the fundamentals.
KG, really appreciate it. You heard it there. Go check out KG's work. Hit subscribe. Thank you so much for getting us across some of those headlines and the price action for us this morning. Coming up, Jerome Powell and the Fed chose to stand pat yesterday as widely expected. Can we expect any rate cuts in 2026? Our next guest still thinks we'll get there. We'll get 3 potentially this year. Find out why when Morning Trade Live returns.
I'm Nicole Pedalides at the New York Stock Exchange. Live interviews, market movers, and real-time coverage right from the floor. Subscribe now at schwabnetwork.com.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. I think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now. Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab. No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and
PLTR pulled back to the 200 EMA, SMA 152.25. We got CRM now pulled back after that big breakout to the 200. Yeah. Johnny's in the building. AMD was a good call. We got a kind of a megaphone, not much, but Meta pulled back again. to a triple bottom, adding a wick. NVIDIA hit the 200. Apple's pulled back and hit the 50 for a double bottom. Triple counting a wick. Well, actually a double. I'm gonna go make me a lunch. Oh, we got support here on /ES. I'm gonna pull back. We're at support on the SPX. Watch SPX here. We're back to the orb, back to the orb, back to the orb. SPY's at the VWAP. It's not holding up. We got a Head and Shoulders. So it might hold up. Got a Head and Shoulders on the SPY, inverse Head and Shoulders, right shoulder touch. We just broke a Head and Shoulders on /ES. We got a triple bottom down here on the SPX. We're at support on the SPX. If it holds, we'll see. I don't know, I'm gonna give it a shot. The 6625s or the 6620s. We're about now 470. There it is. I got it. Oh yeah. Come on. Nope. 470. Damn it. No. And grab one more. Damn it. There it goes. Come on, baby. It's down. It broke support, so I'm kind of concerned. Just have to see here. Bam. 170 to 130 like that? What the hell? I'm bearish right now because I'm under that trend line. Whoa, 455, you dummy. There it goes, baby. Oh yeah. Out at $6. God darn it. Fuck. Damn, $8. Nice. God, dang it. Fuck. $9.50. Come on. Oh boy. That's $1,000. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna have lunch. Hope this guy takes care of it.
Moves like we're seeing today. We're off the lows right now. I think at some point something has to break here where the market just decides, hey, we need to really put in some corrections. I think some sort of credit event would do that. We talked about the housing market very briefly. You're looking at, private credit. There's a lot of different options out there. These higher energy prices could slow the economy down, which could trigger one of these credit risks.
Right, and that's exactly what we're watching. Any signs of potential demand destruction here. Joe, really appreciate it. Thanks so much for getting us across that example trade on FedEx and your thoughts on the markets today. Joe Tigay, portfolio manager of the Irrational Equity Analyst. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at the sectors on the move this morning and round up the global central bank activity we've seen over the last 24 hours. Morning Trade Live will be right back.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves the markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are. Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. I'm Sam Vardas coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. It's time now to take a look at the sectors that are moving markets this morning. I'm joined by George Sillis. George, what a morning. Global stocks, bonds and metals dropping as oil is popping. Just walk us through what you're seeing there. I know you're focused on some of the energy patch, the metals trade as well. What are you seeing?
Well, I mean, taking into consideration this inflation premium that's being built into crude oil and the overall markets, especially now the Fed with a little bit more of a hawkish tilt, at least on the dot plots, with potentially no rate cuts this year. So it looks like they're preparing for additional inflation. I mean, energy prices are a tax, and so you have to keep that in mind. But one of the interesting things is the inflation trade is not moving in that direction. If you look at gold, gold is actually trading the downside, and the other materials or industrial metals, copper, silver, for what it's worth, those are down significantly today. So again, that what I can allude or deem from this is essentially the market telling us that there's a no rate cut scenario, and this is why we're seeing a little bit of a sell-off in these areas of the commodity stack. And then also to add on the previous guest, I was going to talk about too these institutional levels, trading below, at least on the S&P and the NASDAQ, below the 200-day moving average. It needs to quickly reclaim it, and it's possible it does. And I say this because we have options.
200-day moving average, you mentioned it.
Which means that there's going to be a lot of tug of war back and forth to don't let this market overthrow in either direction. So there's a possibility, just because of options expiration, that we find a bid in this market between now and expiration tomorrow.
Triple top on IWM.
The technicals on an index level. I know that I was speaking to Nate earlier today about NVIDIA also battling its 200-day here. I'm just wondering what other levels you're watching across these markets, any sort of interesting pockets that you're keeping an eye on?
Well, I mean, interesting what's going on this week. If you look at, for instance, consumer staples, that's typically defensive. They're not performing well at all. So, in healthcare as well. So that's what's confounding about this, this balance range that we've been in. This goes all the way back to October of last year. And it's a very unique situation. So again, you would say that, consumer staples should be performing better. They're also healthcare, they're not. If you look at the industrial space, it's still balanced. And then within the tech areas of the market, look, NVIDIA, Micron, these are two leading architects of AI, and they're not performing very well. But even today, and this is the back and forth I've talked about, this sort of intra-tech trade, look at the software names, Oracle's higher into it, ServiceNow. So there's this back and forth going on within the tech space, but nonetheless, broadly speaking, unless there's a change in outcome in the Middle East, this market was already struggling. And I think right now there's a possibility that we end up somewhere in the 5,000 range on the S&P. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but unless things change, it could just be a slow drift to the downside, or a reclaim essentially of these 200-day moving averages on the S&P and the NASDAQ. And again, it has to happen quickly because these institutions are looking at these levels, and again, if there's sort of another rush to liquidity, you could see another decline, at the end of this week and perhaps in the beginning of next week.
All right, George, thanks so much for getting us across some of the price action and the technical levels to watch as well in these markets. Really appreciate your time. George Stillis there. Let's switch our attention to all the global central bank action we've had in the last 24 hours. It's been a very busy morning here, kicking off with the Eurozone. The ECB standing pat on their rate decision this morning, talking about how the war in the Middle East has made the outlook significantly more uncertain here, creating upsides for inflation, downside risk for economic growth. The ECB not pre-committing to a particular rate path. I know that the markets are pricing at about 3 rate hikes this year. The Bank of England had earlier voted unanimously to keep rates on hold at 3.75% as widely expected. The committee saying monetary policy cannot influence global energy prices and will continue to monitor the situation in the Middle East. It expects CPI inflation will be higher in the near term because of the new shock to that economy. And the Bank of Japan also sitting on its hands on rates overnight as anticipated. The Japanese yen firming up on the decision, then gaining some more as Governor Ueda spoke. The currency had come under pressure recently from the so-called Takaichi trade. The Middle East has now also been added to a list of risk factors for the Japanese central bank. And separately, in corporate news, watching shares in Alibaba this morning after the Chinese tech giant's disappointing earnings. The company reporting a miss on revenue expectations at 2% growth and a 66% drop in net profit for the first quarter, or for that quarter.
That's a lot.
Revenue from its cloud business and AI-related products continue to look strong, but it's just not enough to offset the margin pressure coming from those local price wars in the food delivery space. Alibaba's stock had seen a stunning run in 2025, but has struggled this year and is down today off the back of all of that. Coming up, it's time for Inside Out, and we'll take a closer look at Williams-Sonoma and the rest of the specialty retail space when Morning Trade Live returns.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's markets.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock. And that could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Why is Mara trying to pump while Bitcoin is dumping?
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
We're back for Morning Trade Live. 5, Williams-Sonoma moved modestly higher in Wednesday trade after a bottom-line fourth quarter earnings beat and largely in-line guidance. The stock has struggled over the last month, down more than 15% since hitting its all-time high on February the 20th. So let's go inside out on specialty retail and the state of the consumer. Joining us now is Christina Ferdinand, the Managing Director and Senior Research Analyst at Telsey Advisory Group. Christina, thanks so much for joining us. Just talk us through what worked here for Williams-Sonoma, given, of course, the reaction we saw yesterday post-earnings.
Yeah, of course. So they reported the fourth quarter. I mean, they're a retailer that does a lot during the holiday. You know, their comps were positive 3%, which is, you know, a good number for home furnishings. It's definitely a category that consumers are starting to come back to spending, but not, you know, in big ways after the pandemic. So a 3% comp that they've done that consistently for 5 quarters is good. And their profitability was down year over year, but it was still better than expected. And for the year, they had a, you know, pretty high 18%, you know, over 18% margin. So that was the good news. And 3 out of the 4 brands did well, particularly the namesake Williams-Sonoma, where consumers are still spending a lot in kitchen, entertaining, West Elm, Pottery Barn Kids. So, you know, a lot of good things from like a merchandising perspective. And then as it relates to the guidance for 2026, you know, the housing market's still a struggle, but they got it to comps 2 to 6%, so that's a solid number, and the operating margin to be flat to slightly down, even with a pretty big impact from tariffs. So they're managing those cost pressures well. So I think overall it was, you know, a good quarter, and you know, the guidance can give confidence that they can continue to grow through the year.
Yeah, and I guess that reflected in the stock reaction yesterday. I mean, it's a bit of a head scratcher that, you know, they're obviously up against so many challenges, as you mentioned, with, of course, tariffs and then the consumer spending patterns. I mean, this housing market, we've got more data out this morning, which didn't look great as well. So let's see. It seems like there seemed to be a positive reaction, of course, to what they're saying with respect to the outlook here. I do want to switch gears quite abruptly, actually, to Nike, because I know that is a company that you follow very closely as well as far as the consumer, because that's going to be really the next big test. As we hear from that company later in the month. You've had a couple of price targets lowered this morning from the sell-side analyst community. Just talk us through what you're expecting here.
Yeah, with Nike, so yeah, it's going to be an interesting quarter. It'll be puts and takes. You know, the last quarter they reported in December was a bit disappointing. They're making progress as far as their sales growth is moving in the right direction, but last quarter was still flat. They had talked about this quarter being up you know, low single digits, so, you know, growing, but the rate of progress has been a little bit slow. A couple of things we want to hear is, one, how is North America doing? That's been their best region, but a lot of it has been due to wholesale expansion, so want to see how that continues to go and whether their DTC business, their own e-commerce, that's been down double digit, can improve. They've done a really good job with the running product that's new. Want to see how that continues to perform and whether there are other categories where they're doing better, whether it's training, basketball. You know, a lot of Nike going forward is going to be about the newness they bring to the market and how the consumers react to that. So that's innovation is really a key topic. And then globally, one of the surprises last quarter was the weakness in China. China's definitely been a challenging market for them and more than expected. So how they can take what they've done in the U.S. so far about cleaning up the marketplace, bringing more newness, and take that to other regions, because last quarter outside of the North America, all the regions were negative. So,
well, you're negative. Stop pumping Nike. It's a piece of crap.
provide a little bit of lift, but we've seen some price target cuts recently. So I looked at a strategy that takes advantage of yield in this stock. With the stock falling so much that yield on the stock is about 3.1%, so that continues to grow as the stock falls, as long as that dividend continues to get paid. I looked at a covered call strategy where you can own the shares, right? Collect that dividend yield that it pays out on a quarterly basis, but then also create some yield by selling it out of the money call. So I went out to the April monthly options here. So 29 days to expiration, you're going to get that earnings event within this. For every 100 shares of stock you buy, you sell it out of the money call. I looked at selling the April 17th monthly options, the 57.5 strike calls. You're going to pay roughly about a 51.70 debit for this strategy. So you're buying the shares at a discount because you sold it out of the money call. Now it does cap some of your gains. If you pay 51.70 debit, that's going to be your break even to the downside also because you own the shares. You got 29 days in this trade. As you get closer to expiration, you can start rolling or adjusting that short call if you want to keep your shares. But there's some profitability to the upside on this one if the stock does continue to rally, where you can just take your profits and look for another opportunity. But this is high capital because you're buying the shares, but it also creates yields on both sides of the trade. One, because you own the shares, and two, because you're selling out of the money calls against your long stock with the expectations, hey, it at least consolidates, maybe goes up a little bit, where you can start adjusting those short calls and creating credits.
All right, a good look at Nike today, an example trade for us. Ahead of course, its earnings later in the month. It, of course, will be reporting in the next couple of weeks. So we're watching for that turnaround plan and any progress coming from Elliott Hill & Co. Thanks so much for the example trade for us this morning, Tom White. And we are looking at stocks selling off right now across the board. We are looking at, of course, an extension of these losses this morning and breaking through that 200-day moving average on the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. The Dow Jones currently shedding almost 400 points as we continue to monitor this situation in the Middle East. And of course, as oil is on the rise for us this morning. WTI at 97, Brent currently trading at 111. A lot of central bank action, and of course, how that is influencing some of their thoughts around inflation moving forward. Thanks so much for joining us here on Morning Trade Live. You've got Trading 360 up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking.
We're squeezing.
Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account.
J.D. Powers, I don't know who you are, and I don't really
for
care.
Investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide.
Goodbye. Goodbye. We have an ascending triangle, or we've got AMD's double topping. It kind of looked like an ascending, but I don't. Head and shoulders. It's almost 10 o'clock, and I'll be back. Oh. We've got a triple bottom down here. Double top. Boom, baby. Sweet. NVIDIA pulled back some. SPY pulled back to the triple top breakout. Triple top breakout, pulled back. Walk like a lady. Oh boy. What is it going to do? Oh. Forgot what I was going to look at. Damn, Jim. Just thought about it. Huh. What was I going to do? Okie dokie. I'm kind of nervous to go seeing this guy. Afraid I might punch him. I don't want to do that. My hands can't take it anymore. SPX is approaching the 200 EMA and SMA. 659.86. Resistance to break on the SPY. Yes. Look like an angel. Apple knifing. Slash ES back to the VWAP. Prepare ye. What time is it? 10:20. We got a rising wedge. Triple top. We just had a triple top pullback. We have a triple bottom. We have an ascending triangle, so this thing's bullish. I'm gonna go for it. Where are you tonight? Why did you leave me here all alone? I'm looking at the 6620s and thought I found true love. Inverse head and shoulders and you were gone. Nope, didn't hold. Shit. It's a rising wedge too. It's not quite an ascending triangle. Got another support coming in. I think it's what I charted earlier. Get rid of that. I'm down to that. We got a little bit more drama coming. Set an alert for a triple bottom. AMD's pulling back. NVIDIA is bearish under the 50, bullish above the 200. So we got to break the 50 SMA 178.28. I got out of that trade. Apple's at support. We got a new low on Meta. IWM at the 63 on the 1 minute. We have Head and Shoulders. Set an alert at the 200 EMA. I got my order ready here. I better get ready. AVGO had a bounce today. Pretty good one, $9. AVGO Broadcom. MU, a little retracement bounce, worth about $20 this morning. Actually worth about 40. That's the kind of trade. Okay, you get a pump like MU. It's up 800%. Fat Cats, I mean, it stock's overbought, in my opinion, just by charting it. So everybody's hyping this stock up, and I'm saying, no, I ain't falling for it. I'm not going to fall for it. I'll wait until the morning and check it out, see if it hits my support. That'd have been a good trade today, because all the hype, people are stuck in that trade. I mean, they were pumping this stock like they were NVIDIA, when NVIDIA was up 1,200%. Like idiots. Now they don't want to pump it. They're doing the same, did the same thing to MU. This thing ain't worth no frickin' $500 a share. From 64 to 480 in a year, I mean, that's nuts. It's a way to get rich if you can follow that one train. I mean, they do it all the time. They got one stock, they'll sit there in the back door, and they'll call it out, and all of them will start trading it. They won't tell you a damn thing. They won't tell you, oh yeah, we all got in here in the back door, and we picked NVIDIA, or today we're going to pick Microsoft, and they just make millions of dollars by doing that. I mean, we're set up here. SPX, just a penny from hitting my alert. I'm going to go for it here. Boom. Triggered. Okay, let's do it. SPX 6620s at 380. Take a little dip. Take a little dip. Another alert. IWM. IWM's at the 200. We got a triple bottom on the SPY. We got a triple bottom on the SPX. We got an inverse head and shoulders on the QQQ. I'm still in this sucker. Come on. Okay. New low on Meta. It's not too bad.
When oil's coming down, stocks get a little bit of a bit, and that has been the action. And right now we are seeing a sell-off, and we're back near the session lows. And we do have U.S. West Texas at $97. So that's front and center as this whole war continues in the Middle East. And you have the Arab Gulf states, you know, getting a little tired of the whole thing and really just saying, look, we've been sitting back. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, seem somewhat surprised now. I don't know how long they're going to sit quiet as oil fields and refineries are being blasted left and right. That's the first story. The other was the Fed from yesterday, where we left feeling like there's one cut this year, one cut next year. Goldman Sachs is still pricing in 2 cuts. JP Morgan is pricing in no cuts this year. So it's very interesting to see how they have a different take. NVIDIA got a nice best ideas list. Eli Lilly got some good news on weight drugs. Apple's been getting a lot of good news, but it's 5 below. It steals the show and raises its guidance, and that's up about 10%. So we are still looking at some earnings and such as well. As far as jobless claims, you know, those are okay. The home sales, well, that was dismal. So that's where we stand right now. But the selling is underway, and you're seeing the Dow and the S&P down for the 4th week in a row, and the Dow at the lowest point in a year.
Okay, and so looking at some of these individual stories, Carnival Cruise is actually an outperformer today of 0.7%, so up modestly, but with some positive analyst news from Morgan Stanley, where I will say it was mixed because they mentioned the strong rebound, but also did trim their price target modestly by about $2. So what do you make of this note and some of the optimism that they see at least trickling back into a name like Carnival?
It's sort of like it's so bad that now it's good. And that's sort of where
So
we
bad,
stand
now
with
it's
the Carnival
good?
Cruise Line, which is down over 20% year
What?
to date, has been selling off from $34 down to $24. Morgan Stanley puts this
That makes a lot of sense.
equal weight rating. To your point, they have a $31 target up from a $33 target.
In other words, you got way oversold, and it's a piece of crap. Take a Carnival cruise if you want to go get beat up. The more I watch these videos, the less I want to go to one now. These cruise ship videos. IWM's at a pivot point. So we got the IWM pivot point off the 200 on the 1 minute off the orb. Always clean. This is Jim. May I help you?
Hello.
Yeah. What's up?
Good morning.
Yeah.
Chloe. Your record triggered a state-level review flag.
What now?
And these can impact benefits if not resolved.
Do what?
You have parts A and B, right?
Yeah, I love your name. Chloe?
I'm calling you from Nova Healthcare. I'm here to help people like you get the most benefits from their insurance providers during open enrollment 2026. These benefits include vision, dental, hearing, free medication, and even up to $250 worth of cash back.
Oh,
so
shit.
you have both Part A and B of Medicare, correct?
Yeah, I do, baby.
You have qualified for the updates.
Whoa.
Give me a second to connect you. Hi. Thank you so much for connecting Plan Code. My name is Billy. I'm Rico.
I can't understand you, Billy. I'm in a trade and I don't be messed with right now. I don't know where they get these. Our government hires these third world countries. If it's true, I don't know. I'm very leery about giving any information to these called Obamacare crap. It's got to hold the 200. No, it ain't. Take that back. We're at the 200 SMA. That might have something to do with it. or EMA, one or the other. Come on, man, this computer's just... We're definitely below support. I mean, we're in bear territory for sure right now, as of today. 657.71 on the SPY. If we can close above that, I think I'll be more happier. Then we got quad witching tomorrow. Maybe they're fleshing it out for today. Let's go. A little bounce off the triple bottom Jimmy called here. On the SPX. Go, 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 go. Break it. We're at a resistance right now. I think I might get out. Yes. So this is the SPX. And this was a triple bottom. We've got a snake, breakout, pull back to a triple bottom, breakout to the 63, to the 100, to the 200. That would be your long target. And that'd be the neckline of this two-headed snake. And the TTM squeeze right down here. So you got the chart, you got the pattern setting up. Triple bottom, high or low. Boom to the 200. Damn it. Oh yeah, can't beat that. Oh, I know what else I gotta do. I don't know how they could say China was up today. That was totally false information. Pal, you suck. Lessons are priceless. Hello, Zona. How does he do it? Damn, Jim.
Narcissistic Jim.
With his evils and wits.
Doesn't
Give a damn what you think of him one bit.
The market
Takes a dip.
SPX Jimmy will
Bye.
bitching at Molly Carolyn, still the apple of his eye.
Burp it up, Jim.
Let it fly.
Let it roll.
Stocks tend to rise with a fart from his core. Narcissistic
Tick Jim.
doesn't care.
There, what you think?
He'll burp and fart out loud until his room stinks. Candles on his screen bounce like titties in the night. Burps get so loud the neighbors say that boy ain't right. Bull or bear, calls and puts, doesn't matter one bit. Jimmy's face can't wait for Nancy to come and sit. Fart for a dip, ass making noise. Burp for a rip, cheers from his boys. Jimmy is grinding away on his washboard toy. Burp it up, Jim. Let it fly, let it roar, let it roar. Stocks tend to rise with a fart from his core. Narcissistic
Tick Jim.
doesn't care.
There, what you think?
He'll burp and fart out loud until his room stinks. Lots of fun he has. His ego's ablaze. Burps and farts collide. The room is so amazed. Narcissistic Jim, the legend, the king, playing his old washboard till that closing bell rings.
It's the big culprit, I think, here for gold and the metals, and you know, just a basic, you know, flush out, maybe a reset in this market until we see some more certainty out of the Middle East, and if we see some consolidation at least in yields.
Gee, definitely want your thoughts, especially because I would think that the safe haven demand would, act as a tailwind for gold, for instance, but that doesn't seem to be the case. What's going on here?
Yeah, so gold and silver, as well as some of the other metals out there, but gold and silver in particular, have been trading as risk-on assets for the last year. And if you look at gold, it actually peaked out on the 29th of January. It also coincides with the S&P peaking out for this year as well. So you are seeing it actually trade for the most part in tandem with equities. And you are seeing that kind of roll off. You could also have a situation where you have some central banks maybe selling some of the physical gold to shore up their currencies, just given the fact that we have an uncertain environment at this point in time. And then for silver, that is going to be an economic growth indicator. And so the inflation that we're looking at is really not positive for economic growth. I think you're seeing the market kind of reprice maybe an economic slowdown, a global economic slowdown. Silver is going to move in tandem with that type of sentiment. And you're seeing the same thing with palladium, platinum, as well as copper. So gold is not the safe haven asset anymore. At this point, it will eventually, but at this point it's still risk on. And I think those that have been holding it in the portfolio have seen the breakdown and they're selling with the trend. And right now the primary trend is to the downside.
All right, thank you. We've got bull versus bear coming up, guys. They'll get their example trades put together.
Bull versus bear.
After the bell today. We will have more Fast Market after this break.
Doo-doo.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. FedEx is in focus ahead of the release of its quarterly
FedEx.
results, which come after the close of trading today. Wall Street is projecting the shipping giant will report earnings of $4.14 per share on an adjusted basis. Revenue is expected to top $23.5 billion. Now, shares of FedEx have outperformed the broader market year to date on bets of a freight recovery this year. But those bets were before the war with Iran. The shares have been under pressure over the past month as markets contend with elevated crude oil prices. All right, time now for the tug of war on FedEx. For that, let's welcome back in our co-hosts, Tom White and Kevin Green. It is bull versus bear time. So before we get to your example of trades, we got to get your thoughts on FedEx. KG, I'll start with you. Your take.
Yeah, the quarter is probably going to be reported relatively strong. This company has been able to reflect very improving fundamentals over the last couple of quarters here, outpacing its major competitor UPS, and that's why it has been trading at a premium compared to UPS and others within this space here. But unfortunately, you are seeing maybe some headwinds, especially when it comes to input costs and diesel prices. We already talked about the fact that we may have an economic slowdown here on the horizon that the market might begin to price in. So I find it very hard for their conference call to really have a rosy picture, just given the environment that we are in right now. And if you look at over the last 20, even 25 years, when we have these oil spikes to the upside, what actually happens with FedEx shortly after is their margins get compressed and the price moves to the downside here. So unfortunately, I think this is actually going to provide a little bit more of a black cloud for this company, or dark cloud for this company, rather than a rosy picture. And the valuation is actually trading at a healthy premium compared to their peers. The market might sniff that out and try to break this name down here. So unfortunately, they're probably doing really well for this current quarter. I find it very hard for them to provide a pretty decent outlook moving forward.
Okay, good perspective there. Tom, your thoughts?
Yeah, you take a look at when they did hit their
Way overbought.
That's right before the end of February, right before this conflict with Iran started. So, you know, last quarter they beat soundly on EPS and revenue, and their drive program, their cost-cutting program's been doing well, taking market share away from their main competitor, UPS, or one of their main competitors. Remember, this used to be a big duopoly as far as deliveries. Now you got Amazon in the mix and some other offshoots in here. So the cost cutting's been necessary. That financial engineering they're doing is working out well. It's it's helped margins. I think one of the keys is you're going to have to look at guidance. I think that's going to be, the quarter's probably going to be good as far as the top and bottom lines, but then you got to listen to what the company says, because last earnings they said, hey, there was a lot of uncertainty out there, hard to navigate this market, but we're doing well. Well, what are they going to say this time? Because it's going to get worse moving forward, because everything they do uses fuel, right? Uses oil. So we'll have to wait and see on some of the commentary from the CEO, but I'd expect some pretty good numbers for the current quarter that they're going to report for. But then looking at the current quarter that they're in right now, what's that going to do to margins moving forward? Because you can't raise prices fast enough for a company like this to kind of offset some of the headwinds that they're going to see.
And then what those higher costs, if they are raising the prices, which they probably will, what that would do to freight demand, that will be certainly one to watch. And I guess some of this is also contingent on how long this war lasts, the impact of oil prices, which creates that ripple effect. But let's get into the trade examples. KG, let's start out with yours. What's your approach today?
Well, Diane, I want to kind of highlight that as well. There is no pricing pressure or pricing leverage that these companies have right now. FedEx has been able to outperform because of the expense management with that drive program. That's really been the driver here. If you're kind of looking at the chart, you are seeing a breakdown to the downside. You can look at that 20-week moving average as your first major area of support. Once again, I think it's a very high bar going into this announcement, even though they may have a really great quarter for the one that's going to be reported. So I'm actually looking at a bearish trade, looking at the April 17th $300 put, doing this for $3.45. So the max loss on this trade is $345 with a break-even point of $296.55. Max profit up to $29,655. That's if the stock goes to zero. If that happens, we've got more problems than just FedEx moving to the downside here. And so this is trying to get some downside potential. Obviously, there's going to be time value that's going to be going against this trade as well, and you will need a move for this to actually be profitable. But you have a little bit more time, over around 30 days, 31 days or so, for this to move in the right direction. But well-defined risk, looking for a bigger move than what's expected right now for the market, and this is a trade to be able to capitalize on that. So, Tom, what do you think about this trade structure, just going with the long put and not selling any premium against it?
Well, you definitely need a bearish move on this one, Kev, to be profitable to the downside on it. I think one of the keys when you look at a trade like this where Kevin is just buying a straight bearish put, right? Going out to that April 17th monthly option, that you've got 29 days in this position. So even if you don't get the move initially, you have plenty of duration in this trade. If you pay that $345 debit, as KG mentioned, there's your risk, $345. That break even to the downside on this one, 14% below the current share price. prices. We also have to price in a one-day move of about $20 either way on this. So even if you get that one standard deviation move to the downside from, if it goes down $20 from the current 345 level, you're still at 325 on the price. The key is you've still got another 4 weeks of duration in this trade, but what we'll see post earnings, which we typically or historically see, is that vol crush. So even if it does go down $20, $25, that might not expand the price of these puts that much. So you might be paying $345 for it, but maybe if the stock opens up at $320, $325, maybe these puts are still worth $5 or $4 or maybe even $3 because you'll see that vol crush in there. I think the key with this type of trade is it's still risk defined. You know exactly what your downside is. $345 per put that you purchase on this bearish trade. But I think the key is for KG on his example trade is that you've got duration on that trade. So KG, I'm going to flip it a little bit, and I'm going to go a little bit more passive. Yours is directionally bearish. I'm going to go a little bit more passive on my neutral to bullish trade here. I went out to the March 27th weekly option. So 8 days to expiration, not a pure earnings play. I've got a little bit of duration in this one if I don't get the move that I want. March 27th weekly, sell the 330 put, and then against it to make it risk defined, buy the 320 put, short $10 wide neutral to bullish put vertical, collect in roughly. I got 260 credit. It's probably trading over $3 right now, so you could be able to collect a little bit more because the stock has moved lower, and that increases the price of this as the stock price gets closer to my short 330 strike put. But if I collect that 260 put on this basically 8-day trade, takes my break even down to 327.40 to the downside. So I've got a little bit of a cushion, KG. It's not duration wise, it's not you've got 8 days in this particular position, but this is a higher probability of success where, hey, even if the stock goes down, as long as it stays above that break even, I can be potentially profitable, KG.
Yeah, so you're receiving around 26, 27% of the overall spread as a premium. We're taking that in, and you're trying to leverage the implied volatility skew right now in order to capitalize on this trade. That's that neutral portion here, where if the stock actually stays where it's at right now, the implied volatility could move lower, and that's where you could see some profitability. What is very interesting, though, Tom, you're getting a little bit in the fire here. I'm looking at around a $21 move to the upside or downside, so that would kind of bring that lower end range to $324. So you're trying to take in a little bit more premium, even though it's still technically within that expected range. Now, one thing to also kind of note, if the stock moves to the upside, that's also going to be profitable for you as well. So you have really 2 or 3 different ways where you could be profitable in this trade. But if we do see a re-rating to the downside that's greater than that $320 level, let's say it gets to $319, then you would probably have to manage the trade because, once again, it's going against you. So you're leveraging a little bit more implied volatility, a little bit more time value as well. I'm looking at straight out right here, so a little bit of a different flavor as far as trying to attack this trade and try to play the earnings.
Yeah, and one of the things, that short 330 put that we're selling in this example trade, about a 66% probability that it'll be above 330 at expiration over the next 8 days. But I think one of the key things, KG, that I looked at was, this stock is at a precipitous place right now, sitting right at that 50-day moving average, which we haven't been below since October of last year. So this could be a wild one going into earnings, just based on maybe the guidance. You see the chart here, far above that 200-day moving average on the parabolic move, but we pulled back about 12% from those all-time highs at the end of February. And you know what, Diane, there's the bull-bear debate, but this might be one of those areas around this 50-day simple moving average that could cause some volatility.
All right, indeed, and definitely a choose-your-own adventure there. All right, we've got cash tags coming up, guys. The team from Likefolio will be along with new sentiment data on Uber, which is underperforming the broader market on a year-to-date basis. Stay right here on Schwab Network. Fast Market will be back after this break.
Hi.
I'm Jane.
And I'm his mom. Sometimes, you could have done better.
That's a
Same
good
goes
one.
for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Sam Vardas, live from the New York Stock Exchange.
I'm
When the
his
market
mother.
moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support
Oh,
by
utility
phone,
bill.
email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Fast Market on the Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Tom White in our Chicago studio. Time now for our Cash Tag segment. For that, we want to bring in our next guest, and that's Landon Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, taking a look at Uber today. Landon, it's good to see you. Happy pre-Friday. Let's get into it with Uber. So the share has underperformed the broader market year to date. It's got some news out today with a partnership with Rivian that is pushing forward its plan with autonomous vehicles. You've got new sentiment data that looks at Uber not just with regard to vehicles, but Uber Eats as well. Take us through the latest data you have.
Yeah, so, Uber's, it's been kind of a rough year for them. I mean, they were about where they are now a year ago. They kind of had a rounded top, and, the last earnings report was a little disappointing, but they've bounced back now. I think they're, mid to high 70s. So, it's been kind of a boring ride for investors, a little disappointing. And when we look at the social media, what people are talking about, what's interesting is, people, they still talk about using Uber and using Uber Eats, but a lot of the social chatter is around, the rates that you're paying, what the labor disputes are, unionization, the fairness of the business practices. There's a lot of debate out there about that, which is interesting in light of, the autonomous vehicles kind of around the corner.
That's a red bush.
And when we look at how well they're doing, it's Uber Eats really carrying the load when it comes to
it's a red bush. I mean, I can't hardly trust that guy.
What we saw in their last quarterly report. I mean, the delivery aspect of things is about a third of the revenue. It grew 30%, whereas mobility is almost 2/3, and it grew 19%. You can kind of see here on the chart. Lyft is growing. It was weaker. Again, this is one of those lower denominator from a year ago kind of situations. So put an asterisk next to that. But Uber itself is not, resonating as well as far as high growth on our data. But again, that's mostly because people have not talking as much about it, as enthusiastically about it. I think it's the novelty of it's worn off. People are still using it a ton. They're just not talking about it like they used to. But I think that they're talking about delivery, and that's where we see a lot of the growth. But as you can see from this chart, it's Uber Eats is not the dominant player. It's DoorDash at plus 55%, and that's off of a high denominator. So they've been growing very strongly for quite some time. And so when you look at overall how they're doing, I think obviously the question is, how are they going to handle autonomous? They kind of, they dipped their toe into the potential of building their own vehicles, and they changed their mind pretty quickly on that. And now it's all about partnerships, like you talked about, that asset light model, which I think is the smart play. They've got to lean into what they've got, and what they've got is distribution. Everybody uses Uber. Everybody's got it. And so we'll see how that plays out. You guys know that I'm a pretty big Tesla fan, and I think that they're going to be pretty disruptive overall. You know, I think it's you got to look at how that's going to play out on autonomous vehicles. I'm a little bit more on the bearish side for Uber. I think that even though they're a dominant player, they own distribution. I think that they can be upset very easily with technology, and I know that they're doing all that they can partnership-wise. I just think that there's going to be some pretty big competition coming in, but their numbers are going to get a lot more attractive. Margins are going to go through the roof if they can figure out a solution to driverless cars for sure.
Okay, Landon, I'm going to give you a couple of scenarios here because Uber obviously has the best technology as far as a platform for maybe autonomous vehicles to use in the future, right? So maybe Tesla comes out with and starts ramping up production of their, Cybercab, but they need an outlet for people to use it. And what's the outlet that everybody uses? Well, it's Uber or Lyft, right? So if you look at it based on what Spotify has, right? You can play music on Amazon and Apple. Spotify has the best, net, right? You look at the streaming. Netflix has the best streaming service because maybe they've got the best algorithm within their platform. Does that kind of sway you a little bit, especially with that other chart that you have where, hey, the stock's down 26% from its all-time highs, in the fall, and maybe it's cheap right now because their growth numbers are still there?
Yeah, yes and no. So I think that they're likely undervalued. If you could take autonomous driving out of the equation, I think I would definitely say they're very undervalued, and I think I'd be a buyer here. I think it gets questionable once you enter that into the conversation because there's so much gray area. We don't know which way this is going to go. And yes, they have fantastic technology, and it's really about the distribution. It's not the technology itself. I don't think it would be difficult to replicate the technology. It's the number of users and the number of drivers really that make it so valuable, and that's the key. If you can get someone else to start to put a crack in that, and the way they would do that is with a better service. I mean, you can go back and distribution is king for sure, but I mean, Blockbuster had distribution and Netflix came out with a better technology. Internet Explorer had distribution and Chrome was a better technology. Yahoo Search had distribution and Google came out with a better technology. There are, tons of examples where the best distribution sometimes doesn't win, especially in tech. Like a company like Walmart, for example, that is much more difficult to upset their distribution because you can't just build a great app and get tons of people on it and all of a sudden you beat Walmart. They have physical stores everywhere. Uber is just, they're an asset-light model, and so it's possible that a company like Tesla could come in and completely disrupt them, especially if at the launch of autonomous driving, if Tesla's able to deliver on what the promises are and Uber isn't, then the price difference.
And you're just going back and forth, guy. We've got Uber after hours. I don't really like this company. I really don't, but they do. 1150. Where's the address? There it is. James River Road. Back at support again. Damn, it's only noon. Let's go, baby. SPX. The 6600s in at $4. They were at $460 a bit ago. We've got to break the 9. Resistance 65.84. Uh-oh. It's 420 time. Break it. Break it. I want to take it back up to the triple. Bottom off the 63 to 21. Burp it up, Jim. Let it ride. Bottom of the shore. Ain't one bit. Match his face and sit. Okay, not much more, buddy. Got one more. Damn. Well, don't mess with me. Junt. Burp it up, Jim. Snake breakout double bottom. Oh, I'm gonna have to stop out of this one. Burp it up, Jim. Bears are in town. We got a triple bottom on a megaphone, but I don't know. We got a huge megaphone. She got a week. Traders weigh rising oil prices. Oh, they do. It didn't bother them too bad when the Obama oil crisis came into town. Okay, I'm about ready to get out of this. I can't take it anymore. Well, we've got a double bottom on the slash ES. Triple bottom, counting the wick. Nasty. AMD's about to the 200, new low on Meta, 3 black crows on Nvidia, and a double bottom on Apple. IWM's got a double bottom, a head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders. We got a failed inverse head and shoulders on QQQ, double bottom coming in on the SPY, and the SPX. I'm staying in it. God, come on.
Q20.
Always clean this gym. May I help you? Sucks. IWM's getting real close. SPY's definitely at a double bottom. AMD at the 200. Double bottom on NVIDIA. Well, I knew I'd get stuck in this thing. Do, 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 do. Well, we're definitely below the 200s on the daily. Well, that was the triple bottom. Okay, I got it. Let's go. Give me a payday. Break. We're at resistance. I tried to triple bottom and it didn't work. Now we're coming back up to break it. Break it. 3 black crows, 3 white soldiers, fallen wedge. Break the 21. Hey, I'm even. Break it. SPY hit a resistance also. Nice call on that bottom on the IWM. Oh, it's 12:30. I gotta get my shoes on. Get ready to go. I've never had a car. I don't think I've had one car that ever had one ding in it. In this car, 2 years, I've probably got 8 or 9. I just can't understand. Nobody will, hey, put a note on your car and say, hey, my door slammed into your car on a windy day. I'm sorry. I'd say, okay, it's all right, but I'd rather hunt them down, shove their face in my bumper. Oh, yeah. That made me happy. Where? Yes. It could hit my target. So I got to ask my question. Do I want to get out now while I'm green because I was in trouble on this trade? Oh, yeah, there it is. I'll take that any day. 350, 330. Boom. Fuck yeah. Oh no, $4. Oh God. 8 times. God. $4 freaking dollars. Damn it. 6 times 8's what? 480 bucks. Yeah, I know my mindset's not right. I'm thinking about my car. Oh, you're not talking to me? You talking to me, Funk? Talking to... No, I don't think so. What's the name of that road? James River Road. Valvoline Express Care in Ozark.
Head toward South Ingram Mill Road.
Yes, ma'am, I will. Look at that, I nailed my resistance level. Jeez. Oh, man. That was a nice call. I hate to say it, but I don't hate to say it, but I mean, I realized that it was a nice call. Perfect, actually. I mean, my entry wasn't satisfactory, but the second one was. And then we nailed the 200. Well, I'm going to get out of here, YouTubers. I got to deal with the ding on my car, which I'm not happy about. What? 17 minutes. Wonder if it pauses. I'm going to wait till I get in my car. Okay, well, here we go. 17. That'll give me enough time to get down there. Let it roll. Okay, oh yeah.
Well ahead of some of this supply right now. I mean, it's talking about tight DRAM and NAND market beyond 2026. So it's not much about the demand here. It's really about the supply issue. So Micron is obviously trying to bring on new capacity, but it takes time. And so the big question is, when that comes online, will the demand still be there? I've asked a lot of analysts that question.
That's a good question, especially the way this, the way these move around so fast.
From Barclays gone to 675. BFA has also upped this to 500.
I mean, that's the first person I never even thought about that.
Begun to stabilize. Gross margins, they say, maybe near peak levels. Citi also raising the price target 510. They've called it blowout earnings. Shares moving lower on the capex, so they've pointed that out. They think the stock can sustain gains, but sees a risk of money rotating into semiconductor capital equipment in the near term on higher capital expenditures. So there's the capex again. Goldman had an interesting note out. They've upped the price target to 400. They actually expect the stock to remain pretty range bound. They do talk about the visibility that they've offered here, but they have also talked about how they are seeing stabilizing market dynamics around some of the products here. JP Morgan also raising the price target 550. They actually say the stock risk reward is skewed to the upside, so potentially more to come here. And then you've got Morgan Stanley, for instance, talking about how this earnings was more bullish than most have heard from investors. The debate now is more about duration than peak amplitude, they say, but they are positive about that side of the debate, guys.
Sam, when I look at this, two things first come to mind. First, I'm still yet to see the disappointment. So the head-scratching reaction still remains, but it almost makes it a little bit more nervy. And the reason being is if for a company that's a market leader can deliver in tremendous excess and it's still not enough to satiate investor sentiment, that's concerning for the trajectory of risk assets. On the other side, I also would say, hey, if the fear is truly around this excessive capital spending versus the estimates, well, they have more than exceeded this in revenue beat and in their guidance for revenue beat. Like, it's been paid for through their performance. So I think that kind of quells the concern a little bit. But I think that the question you raised that analysts are asking is the one. Is how long is this going to take to ramp up this capacity, and then by the time you get it online, is this just another story of the boom-bust cycle for memory, which history has says that's the trajectory of these stocks?
That's right, a very cyclical business. And let me run you through some of the CEO commentary this morning, reacting and addressing some of those questions, Alex. I mean, he says that Micron is the invisible layer powering AI. It's a strategic asset, what they're in the business of. As inference broadens, it will scale up demand for tokens, and you need memory. So it's not a demand problem once again, it's a supply problem. He says that cannot be brought on easily. He doesn't see supply actually catching up to demand for a considerable period of time. And so this is a period of heavy allocation that they say they have to spend this money. These products do have high profitability at the end of the day. The other question that seems to be rattling investors right now is perhaps around the energy shock that we're dealing with and also production. I mean, when you talk about some of the capacity that they have online in places like Asia, I mean, this is a story for the entire industry, not just Micron. The CEO, Mahotra, actually responding to that this morning as well. They say they're confident in the position given its production. They've got capacity here and they're investing in the US as well, which is seen as better off than some other countries right now. But this is a constraint on the entire industry right now with respect to the demand versus the supply and the capacity constraints. It might be speaking to why we've obviously had this sort of sideways action in technology, perhaps to start the year. I mean, you do have a bit of a mixed performance, but the South Koreans have also flagged this as well, guys, with respect to their concerns around just the input materials and the energy shock that might be weighing on their ability to pump out this stuff at a time when they're seeing insatiable demand.
Yeah, and it does feel like maybe that's the biggest risk, is like the fact that we cannot guarantee this continued level of demand going forward. And I mean, if that's your biggest execution risk, I'd say you still had a pretty stellar quarter, all things considered, especially as we look at the broad-based selling we've seen in the rest of tech. And today, obviously not immune, and of course bringing down other names like SK Hynix with it, but still a pretty phenomenal report. So appreciate that, Sam Vadas, for all of that breakdown here as we do look at Micron shares, which are, of course, reacting negatively to what was still a really strong quarterly report. And so, Alex, as we do assess now trading this name, I mean, if you were still a firm believer in the broader memory chip cycle, and again, the cyclicality of this business, but the fact that if you just took the fundamentals here and the financials that were disclosed by Micron, you would say the narrative has not been dented at all by this report and this update.
Yeah, and I thought this was a difficult trade, and the reason being is it's just an expensive stock per share. It's a volatile stock, so you see why there's interest. But if you wanted to create a risk-defined way to essentially create a situation where if you think the stock's going to recover to where it was pre-earnings at the least, which would be sort of the high 450s, 460 level by the end of next week, because quite frankly the earnings were good and there really wasn't a lot of disappointment within it. If you thought that way, I structured a trade that risks sort of an equal amount to the reward potential that may happen. And so it's the March 27th, that's next week's expiration, 450, 455 call vertical. So it's a $5 wide spread, which represents just over 1% of the stock price, and looks for this to get back above 455 by the end of next week. If done for a 250 debit, you risk $250 to make $250. Your theoretical break even is 452.5, so you do need the stock to rally. But as volatile as this name is, given its high stock price, it's probably not super likely, certainly possible, don't want to discount that it will end up in between. It's going to be one of those situations potentially where this stock is well away from this in either direction.
Yeah, and I think that right now, given again the uncertainties that are still impacting even a name like Micron, are obviously important to prepare for as far as risk in either direction. But we'll leave it there for Micron here, as we're down now about 3 3/4% on the session. But now coming up next, automotive expert Brian Moody will join us on why lower prices do not necessarily mean lower margins, and why 2026 could be the year of the hybrid, and how used EVs could quietly become the surprise comeback story.
She's got your smile.
Carl.
Yep, your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. They have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up her college fund.
I've been learning about new trading strategies.
Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Schwab!
Invest your way with Schwab.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
With shares up about 2% after reports that Elliott Management has taken a sizable stake and is pushing to unlock some value in this company. So for more on this move to the upside today, we're now joined by Diane King Hall, host of Morning Movers. And so Diane, walk us through this move today that we're seeing here in Align, which again, not huge move by any means, but hey, still 2% outperforming the overall market. We'll take it.
Yeah, indeed. Shares of Align are straightening up today. Pardon the pun, Ginny. Adding to the gains that we've already seen year to date. It's had some momentum before today. Adding to that today with this Bloomberg report that Elliott Investment Management has built up a stake. And it's unclear the exact amount of the stake, but clearly pushing for more change to unlock more shareholder value. When you think about the gains year to date, that takes the gains to more than 12% so far this year. On a year-over-year basis, less movement, and certainly a far cry from the levels that we saw during the pandemic, peaks of above $700 a share when everyone was straightening out their teeth with Invisalign. But now you are seeing more of that demand come back into the picture. You recently saw Barclays with some commentary around Align and saying that the dental markets may be stabilizing this year and sees a potential move higher from here, and that the valuation compression had gone too far. Clearly, Elliott sees some of this as well. Now, keep in mind, of course, there are geopolitical factors you have to think about with any of this, right? With the broader market and the broad market stock weakness we've seen, but you're seeing Align manage to shake it off today and make a move higher at the moment, Jenny.
I mean, definitely, and a name that's still been able to, hang on to at least a rally on the year, and is actually fairly resilient, of course, not even going close back to its peak back, I believe it was in 2021, but at least seeing some renewed interest today, and of course, an added stake definitely does help give some credence to this hopeful comeback story. So I appreciate that, Diane King Hall, for all of that Align breakdown today. Now to shift gears, though, to the automotive industry, as we're seeing Ford and GM ramping up a new wave of lower-priced EVs as of course incentives are fading and consumers remain relatively cautious. So is this an actual turning point for profits or some more pressure ahead for the broader industry? So for more on this, I'd now like to welcome in Brian Moody, automotive expert at Capital One Auto Navigator. Brian, first and foremost, thanks so much for joining us today. We know with this newer wave of lower-priced EVs, how realistic is the idea that profits can actually improve as prices come down, or where do you see these companies earning some of that money back?
I think the big picture here is lower priced EVs, which many automakers say that they are already planning. In fact, Ford has something on the books for as early as 2027. It's a flexible platform that can handle multiple types of vehicles. I think that's the exact place where the industry needs to go. But it also could result in good profits for dealers as gas prices go up. Those used electric cars that they're having a hard time getting rid of, that's about to change.
Okay, so Brian, we know that the hybrid has been the sweet spot. Is that a temporary bridge until, I guess, American consumers are a little bit more comfortable with where EVs are? Or is that our long-term landing spot, just given, I don't know, the geographical dynamics that the U.S. faces, cultural, where the technology is, etc.?
Yeah, all of those things are completely valid that you just said. Where people live, the technology, the terrain, the weather. But as you said, yes, I believe that hybrids are going to be a good short-term solution. And when we say short-term, it's probably going to be 10 years plus. just as a level set for this type of vehicle. To some people, it might be new technology, to others, not so much. That's changed in the past 5 years. The way they work is now better, the operation is smoother, and by the way, this can begin to help to dealers too. If you look at certain vehicles, such as Toyota's used hybrids, from 2020 on, those vehicles have a 150,000 mile warranty, so the worry about the batteries and the charging, that's really not relevant for the first 2, 3, maybe even 4 buyers. And that's going to help dealers because they can say, hey, here's the kind of car that you want, saves on gas, low gas prices, and I would add the phrase with warranty because that's going to get a lot of people in.
Okay, and as we know, we're moving away from this model of like taxpayer-funded incentives, and so I am curious, you're thinking of why perhaps a no-incentive environment could create actually stronger businesses and more clearer signals for consumers.
Right, because they're going to be competing on an even playing field with other types of products, no matter how they're powered. The average person, unless you're a techie or a fan of some kind of car, you don't care how it's powered. And the younger buyers, more and more, aren't that interested. So what's going to happen is the best thing, the best product will rise to the top. Nobody's going to buy an inferior sneaker just because it's made by some really nice people. That's the same with cars. Take away the incentive and all of a sudden now if a car is $60,000, you better produce and give them a car that's worth $60,000. Or you can do what Ford's doing and say, what about $30,000? That's going to work out very well for them and for consumers.
Brian, you mentioned Toyota. One of the things Toyota seems to have, and it's earned, of course, is this perception of quality and value and trust with consumers. Beyond things like that, reputation that's established over decades of doing business here and worldwide, what do the legacy OEMs have that, you know, in your words, I think you said they're going to survive and thrive in your notes. What makes them stand apart from some of these more newer entrants?
Because they have time, they have experience, and they have R&D dollars. We just saw late last year how GM says they were going to take multi-billion-dollar hit on electric vehicles. Well, they can weather that storm because they have other products to sell. And remember, just because we're talking about electric cars or hybrids or whatever it is, software-based vehicles, we still have to manufacture them in the real world in real time. Those legacy automakers have experience doing that and can streamline their processes. So new companies coming into the deal might have a hard time. The legacy brands have time, space, and resources to develop those things the way they should be, and that's going to be important going forward. There's always going to be a chance for a Tesla going forward, an anomaly. But for the most part, those big automakers are going to act slowly and cautiously now that they know what the demand is like.
Okay, and as far as looking at how these companies operate on like a per unit profitability basis, I know that that's been the struggle for a lot of these major brands like Ford, GM, and even Rivian. I know there's a lot of enthusiasm tied to say like the R2 and the mass produced vehicles, but I mean, how do companies go about achieving this? Because I can recall the days when Tesla was still losing money on a per vehicle basis, but they've done something amazing and figured that out, yet it's taken so many of these other companies so long to even just break even.
Yeah, and you make an excellent point. I think because the other companies made an ideological decision, not a market-based decision. So that's not going to work going forward. Using the Ford example, they have a specific plan that makes sense when you look at it on paper. They're going to build vehicles that have fewer parts and that have longer life batteries and batteries that are less volatile. So when you take all of those things together, that's a way that you can reduce the cost of making an electric vehicle. If we're honest, we look at the electric vehicles, they're most, not all, but most, are basically gasoline-powered cars, but put a battery inside of it. Well, the manufacturing is different, as Tesla learned the hard way. But then look what they did. They just said, let's make something cool, and maybe people will come. And certainly they did. And every time Tesla lowers their prices, their sales go up.
Brian, as someone who's an expert in this space, I got just a general question for you. Is the shelf life of a vehicle today longer than it was 20 years ago? With all the software stuff that goes on, does that actually make these vehicles, not just EVs, any vehicle, less useful 5-10 years after it's new, or is the motor and everything else quality enough that they can go a little bit longer shelf life?
It depends on the automaker. So the less software dependent the vehicle is, the longer the shelf life is going to be. Look at, as an example, Toyota was very reluctant to get into the all-electric business. They have made a great business of hybrids. Many hybrids use traditional gasoline-powered engines with electric motors that make their own electricity. Those types of vehicles will last for quite some time. Others that are a little bit more, say, software-based, or they have those big screens, or they don't have over-the-air updates, those types of things may not have as long as a shelf life as we've been used to in the past. So the days of keeping a car for 20 years, I don't know if people are doing that anymore, but you might not be able to do that, or it might not make sense, especially when you get away from the legacy automakers. You get into some of these new brands, I think it's a tough sell to say that car is going to be worthwhile 20 years from now.
Yeah, and it's a good point and a great place to leave it. We so appreciate your time today and all of the breakdown there. Brian Moody, automotive expert at Capital One Auto Navigator. And coming up next, we'll take our transportation conversation to the seas. Morgan Stanley says that Carnival's recent pullback mirrors past global conflicts, and we'll discuss why the firm now sees a rebound ahead for the cruise liner.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for Under 30, and we are looking at the move today to the upside in Carnival, with Morgan Stanley seeing a rebound ahead, given its belief that Carnival has actually minimal Middle East exposure. So for more on this, I'd now like to welcome in George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. And so, George, interesting note, because I will say when you dive into it, it's fairly mixed. It's not like a straight bullish call by any means, but walk us through the conviction here, which is at least leading to some upside versus Carnival's peers, which are lower on the session today.
Well, so I'm just going to start off with the price action. If you look at the price, just going back to the 10th of February, the stock was trading around almost $34. So it's down substantially, and it's obviously a function of what's going on in the Middle East, higher fuel prices, and that's creating a constraint on travel, leisure, hospitality, and it's creating a constraint, for lack of a better word, in the markets overall. If you look at the call by Morgan Stanley, they're still constructively bullish on the stock. They basically had a sector weight rating on the stock, but they reduced their price target from 33 to 31. So what they're basically saying here is that if you look at the price, at least year to date, down 20% off of the highs by quite a large margin. they say that the adjustment in earnings based on higher fuel prices is already baked in because the stock is down by basically a third. So they're just being more conservative on slower earnings going forward, at least the next 4 quarters based on their estimates. But they still see a very compelling valuation here for Carnival because they say that the price is basically overarched or overbreached the decline in earnings. And the earnings themselves, if you look, last year was around 216, 248 for this year, 278 for next year. So we're talking essentially, low teens in terms of earnings growth. And right now the stock is only trading at around 9.7 to 9 times next year's earnings, somewhere in that range. So there's a valuation call here by Morgan Stanley, and I can see their point considering the earnings have actually been quite robust for Carnival, over the past few years. They've reconciled a lot of their problems. Utilization rates are very high, bookings are high, capacity is lower, and prices are higher. But again, unfortunately, we've got the exogenous factor of this conflict in the Middle East, which is creating a problem for all stocks for that matter, except for energy stocks, of course.
All right, George, I'm going to try to say this concise as possible. Look, the cruises, they're not for me. They serve a good purpose, and I'm glad that they are there. But as an investor, this is where things differ than the analysts. Stephen Grambling of Morgan Stanley, he covers U.S. gaming, lodging, and leisure. He has to have an opinion on these stocks. As a regular everyday investor, what is my incentive to go here over, some stock that's making cutting edge AI in terms of return profile?
Oh, man, that's just preference, I suggest. I mean, there's so many different things to invest in. It's hard to find the right fit, I suppose. You have to think about seasonal factors. A lot of times airlines, cruise liners do very well seasonally, and that might be, again, contra to some technology names. Even the technology space right now is very difficult. There's a narrow group of stocks that are moving higher, others that are moving lower. So again, what one person chooses from an investment standpoint versus another option, that's based on personal choice and preference. Again, a lot of times some stocks like Carnival, which are growing decently, if you will, in sales, high single digits, earnings, low double digits, it comes down to the growth or yield in earnings relative to price. And that's where value investors will look at stocks like this and find it compelling. So again, I'm not suggesting it's a good value here. It certainly is a better value if you look at it versus where it was in early February. But again, if fuel prices just continue to move higher and we see sort of a super spike in oil, it doesn't mean Carnival can't go lower. I mean, right now, if you just look at the technicals, it's sitting at a shelf at around the $24 area. There's price positions or pivot points that go back to 4 quarters ago, even last year in it looks like November. So we could see a bounce from here, but it also could continue to decline based on some of the geopolitical factors that are weighing on the market.
Yeah, and obviously I think a good point there. This is just one firm's conviction. We could obviously continue to see Carnival caught up in a bit of the geopolitical fray as it has been outside of just today, of course. But appreciate it, George Tillis, for all of that breakdown and, of course, joining us on Next Gen Investing today. But that will do it for us for, of course, Thursday's show today. We have the watch list coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange on the corner of Wall and Broad. Very busy day. We are going to see a lot of different stories. Of course, the oil story front and center. Stocks selling off. Also, we'll discuss a recent joint ruling by the SEC and CFTC, which is bringing increased clarity to crypto regulation. You want to hear more about that. Of course, we're on the heels of yesterday's Fed announcement. What happens next? This as the war in the Middle East continues. No end in sight. In fact, Pete Hegseth, our defense secretary, talked about the potential of needing more money for this war. In the meantime, we'll look at some of the earnings, such as Alibaba and the Chinese tech sector overall. NVIDIA got a best ideas list rating today, and a lot more. In the meantime, here's a look. Stocks are lower. This is, we saw Brent crude hitting $116 today. Also, WTI, West Texas at $97. So that's been pressuring stocks. So the S&P right now is down almost 0.75% at 65.79. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 383 points. 45,839. That's 0.8% lower. The Dow and the S&P are down 4 weeks in a row, and the Dow is at the lowest point in a year. Don't forget, it wasn't long ago we hit 50,000, right? That was a record. NASDAQ 100 pulling back, down 195 points. Small caps also lower. Oil and gold are mixed because gold is down $278. Had been down more. It was down over $300 easily. It's at 46.17 a troy ounce, and oil is up about 44 cents right now. 96.08 the barrel. And the US dollar 99.20, Bitcoin's at 69,910. That's down 1.7%. The 10-year bond yield has certainly been a story today. It's 4.28%. Set at 430, had been at 430. The home sales were terrible. Jobless claims, those were okay, slightly better. And that's what we're taking. You know, we're looking at these different pieces of information. The PPI, that inflation print, came in hotter than expected, and we heard from the Fed yesterday. Keeping rates right now unchanged. One cut this year, one cut next year. Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent, is with us now. And this, as we continue to hear about attacks on oil supplies. In fact, now we're hearing about Qatar getting hit. The LNG supply, almost 20% of its supply for 5 years has been hit. Even the U.S. saying, you better stop hitting Qatar or else we're getting involved with that, to Iran. So there really is a lot of tension brewing.
There is, but we are seeing crude oil, if you're looking at WTI, as well as Brent moving to the downside here, at least off the highs. Now, when you're looking at Brent, we actually did see a pretty decent premium being built in because of these attacks, as well as this notion overnight that we could see potentially an export ban from here in the United States, which really created a very large differential between WTI and Brent crude. And overnight, it was actually at around $21. It's backed off of that. I believe it's around $14 at this point in time, but you are seeing maybe a little bit more of a stabilization, and at least for now we'll see what actually happens overnight. Obviously the oil move is kind of driving these markets, but you still get a little bit more of a de-risking happening here, Nicole, not only because of oil but also because of the fact that we might be seeing or pricing in a global slowdown, and that's really why we have seen a lot of pressure within the gold market as well as the silver market, and even if you're looking at some of the other industrial metals that are out there like copper, palladium, or platinum selling off fairly aggressively. So we'll continue to watch out as to what's happening in the oil complex. Obviously, we do not want to see refiners getting hit. We don't want to see production facilities being hit as well, because that could actually have a longer term impact when it comes to the market as a whole. And we will be feeling this over the next couple of days and months, unfortunately. But for now, we're trying to stabilize. Oil, once again, kind of pulling back from the highs, but it doesn't seem like we're getting that much of a bid in the equity market, even with the pullback.
And it's both. It's two things happening at the same time. One, it's the supply of oil, right? All these oil fields and refineries are being hit. So the supply that would normally come from those are being obviously not able to do that, and not having the ships traveling through the Strait of Hormuz as usual. So as we spoke to Nicholas Tsakos, the shipping owner, he was saying, look, it could take a quarter or two to normalize everything once again. And with Qatar, that particular LNG area, now that's 5 years worth, apparently, of about 17%. President Trump says they will blow up Iran's gas fields if strikes on Qatar Energy continue. So there you have it. Let's get to Micron, please.
Yeah, we are still seeing the shares moving lower here, down about 4% right now, but off of the lows of the session. We actually saw the company beat both on the top and bottom line by an aggressive amount, actually. They did see margin actually expanding because of their pricing advantage when it comes to these high bandwidth memory chips as well as DRAM chips here. Now, you are still seeing the shares moving lower because of the CapEx guide, or that's at least what we are attributing it to that right now. They did raise their fiscal year 2026 CapEx to $25 billion. That's a $5 billion increase and about $3 to $3.5 billion more than what the street expected. And I think, Nicole, the concern is that they are going to spend money in order to increase capacity, but it's going to take some time in order to see a rate of return on that capacity. And as as they open up those facilities and start to bring products to market, is it going to be too late when it comes to their pricing pressures or price advantage, which is obviously a benefit for them right now. So you are seeing the shares moving back. Technically speaking, there was a gap to the downside going into this earnings announcement. It did come back down, filled that gap, and now we are trying to trade a little bit higher than the lows off of the session here. And if we can close actually at around this 40, actually above 40, $441, $442, technically speaking, that's still actually a bullish trend for this name. So overall, good fundamentals. It's just the CapEx guide and the potential that they're going to have a glut in the market over the next 2 years, which would obviously diminish the rate of return on that investment.
We've had so much when it came to tech this week. We had NVIDIA, we had Meta, we had Micron. Adobe wasn't far behind in the last week or so. I mean, the OpenAI, we're being overloaded with all kinds of tech news. In this case, Micron right now down 3.8%. And just last but not least, as we look at the S&P 500 levels, we have a couple hours left in the trading. Your thoughts?
Yeah, Nicole, I think we are consolidating here. We're getting very close to a key area of support, and we actually kind of tested it today. 6550 is going to be the key area for us to be able to hold. If we do break down, you're looking at 6,500. That would probably create more selling pressure to the downside. But I would not be shocked if we actually try to bid this up, try to at least retest the 200-day moving average to the upside over the next day or 2 days. But this is a consolidation. We're not seeing a further breakdown from the current levels that we are at right now. I think that's a win for the most part for the bulls. If we break below 6,500, that's where it gets a little bit more uglier for this market as a whole over the next couple of weeks and months.
Yeah, all right. And in the meantime, I have to correct myself even because I said Brent had gone up to 116. I see it went up to 119. Right now, Brent crude at 107. Kevin Green, good to see you. Thank you so much. Let's get a look at the bigger picture. Barry Knapp is here, Director of Research at Ironside's Macroeconomics. I'm so glad you're here. You know, we're looking at what's going on with energy. There was hopes for inflation to come down. That's not right in the picture right now. What's going on in your mind when you look at the markets and the economy here?
Well, the economy was weak going into the war. I wrote a note right before it started, just before I made a trip to New York, expecting to talk to clients about what I was characterizing as not so hot. This idea, which had been the consensus view that growth was going to broaden out, led by CapEx in areas other than Gen AI, in part because of the tax incentives of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and that we'd get a bit of a recovery in consumption because of the fading effects of last year's 3 adverse aggregate demand shocks, right? So lower immigration, a sharp reduction in the growth rate of government spending, and tariffs, of course, an increase in the effective tariff rate from 2.5% last February to 12% by November. But that really wasn't unfolding. If you then throw on top of that a fourth fiscal adverse aggregate demand shock, which is an increase in the price of oil, and a Federal Reserve that is on the verge of being fooled twice, right? A year ago, the Fed got the tariff story completely wrong. They thought this will increase the rate of inflation, which in the short run, maybe it does, but there's the San Francisco Fed even wrote about this, 140-year history that shows that higher tariffs reduce demand and ultimately lower inflation. And the markets got it right. Cyclical stocks plunged. The inflation break-even curve got deeply inverted, meaning people expected inflation to fall in the intermediate term. And the same thing's happening again today, right? The war starts, oil prices go up, cyclical stocks go down, that break-even curve gets inverted again. The longer-term break-evens are going down, not up. And the Fed is looking at this as a risk to inflation. It is just shocking that they have so little understanding of how markets and price shocks work. What Powell should have said yesterday was, we stand ready to cushion the biggest risk to an increase in oil prices, which is the employment part of our mandate, not the inflation part of our mandate. The 73 recession, 80 recession, 2008 recessions, all contributed to by spikes in oil prices. So the Fed is making this whole thing worse. And that's really the story today, not oil.
So how oil affects the economy, slows things down, then you won't have the jobs. And by the way, there were a number of the officials actually did say they were concerned about job creation. And so it's interesting that he didn't mention that as much. I mean, he was just talking about the unemployment rate at 4.4% and that it had little change in jobs and openings and layoffs. Instead of, as you're saying, it's not oil being inflationary, but then it's the cause and effect of how the economy, and also you have the AI story. I mean, I still can't grasp how many jobs will be lost because of AI. I heard even at one point 30% unemployment. Is there any way to tell how many jobs will be lost because of AI?
It's a little bit complicated in the near term because you do have companies like Block, for example, that said they were laying off half of their employees because of AI when their stock price has been going down for 5 years. And of course, when Elon took over Jack Dorsey's last company, he fired 70% of the staff and it didn't affect revenues. So there will be some companies that, because of the pressure on margins, use AI as an excuse. But one of the things I've picked up on is the Atlanta Fed has a series called the Wage Tracker. And so what they try and do is correct for mixed shifts in the labor force, labor force getting older, and try and give you a same on same sort of a measure. And they break it down by income quartiles. So for half of last year and the 2.5 years before that, the lowest income quartile wages were decelerating much more quickly than the high end. That was a result of the massive surge in immigration. About mid-year, that started to flip, and now it's the highest income quartile wages that are going down sharply. That could very well be AI. If you then look at it on a sector level using S&P 500 data, what you see is the tech sector laid off about 1.5% of their workforce last year, yet their margins went up by 180 basis points and their sales per employee went up by 16.7 or something. So they look like they're getting productivity using AI out of their labor force, which is allowing them to fire the least productive people in their labor force. So there's definitely signs that it's starting to bite, and the Fed should be cushioning that, not fighting it. When Powell said yesterday, oh, in the short run, all this AI data center build out could cause inflation, again, he's looking at the first order effects and not thinking about how the economy really works. I suppose that's what happens when you put a non-economist or former trader or capital markets person, a lawyer instead, in charge of the Fed. Not to be pejorative about it, but it clearly doesn't seem
I'm sure you would have liked to see a cut yesterday. So what, tell me, are the investment opportunities? Everybody wants to leave our conversation with some actionable advice. What would you tell them, Barry?
Listen, I think if we get down 10 to 12% on the S&P with the cyclical sectors down even more, there is an argument that this, yet another supply shock, is a reason to locate your manufacturing in the U.S. If you're a European company or a U.S. company, manufacturing overseas, we've just had supply shock after supply shock that argues for manufacturing here. So with those tax incentives of the Big Beautiful Bill Act, we could be setting up a really good window for the industrial sector. The other sector that I really like, and the Fed released their comment, their notification today, and it's the beginning of the comment period on reducing capital requirements on the banking system. This is the broader Besant and eventually Warsh plan to essentially privatize the Fed's balance sheet. So reduce the capital requirements, reduce the liquidity requirements, allow the banking sector to get back into private sector lending, not just acquiesce the whole market to the private credit industry. And ultimately, this will be really good for bank return on equity and the banking system, and there's nothing to stop it for the next 3 years of the Trump administration. It's not legislation, contingent or otherwise. It's just the policymakers pushing through this loosening of bank regulatory requirements, which is way overdue. The Fed and other bank regulators way overdid it after the global financial crisis. I get it. I understand why they reacted the way they did, had a front row seat at Lehman Brothers. But it's time to loosen those requirements up and get the banking system back into the lending business, and that will be really beneficial for the banks. So those two, industrials, they get pounded a little bit more. I would be a buyer into weakness, and the banking sector. Those are the two big opportunities from the long side. For fixed income investors, I'd be buying the 2-year part of the curve because the Fed will ease later this year. This idea that maybe they'll hike is ridiculous. And so that part of the curve looks attractive too. 2s out to 5s.
Yeah. No, I was here for the financial crisis and Lehman Brothers, and Barry, I appreciate the look back, and you were also talking about, what happened when oil went up in the 70s and 80s and so on, even into the new, millennium, and how that affects the economy. So I appreciate your perspective today very much. Barry Knapp, Director of Research at Ironsides Macroeconomics. Always love our chats, Barry. Thank you. Coming up, Options Corner. Tom White is standing by. He'll highlight unusual options activity from the day and how investors are looking to trade, and recent news of Walt Disney, Bank of America, and BP. We'll be right back.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, You can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to the watch list. It's time for Options Corner, where we analyze unusual options trades that we're seeing throughout the day. Real Trades and Tom White, host of Fast Market Schwab Network here, always all over this. And in this case, we've had a changing of the guard announced over at Walt Disney with Josh Tomorrow and Iger going to be stepping away. And so your thoughts, you've had a bullish trade here on Disney, which right now is down about 0.5%. Tell us a little bit about the story and what you think here.
Yeah, at that shareholder meeting yesterday that Disney held, the reins were turned over to Josh Tomorrow from Bob Iger. This is the second time Bob Iger said goodbye, so maybe not a long goodbye. Maybe he comes back again if there's any trouble. But if you look at their last earnings report, the parks did really well. Streaming's starting to do better. That's a profitable side of their business. So his goal moving forward is to ensure that the trajectory that they're seeing in those entities continues to do well. And they're actually outlaying a bunch of capital, right? They're building new theme parks, Abu Dhabi, UAE. Streaming business has been profitable for multiple quarters. So he has to keep that momentum going. I think that's going to be the challenge. And the challenge is also going to be what's going on geopolitically, the conflict in Iran and the Middle East. Is that going to damage what's going on? The consumer is going to start getting hurt by the inflationary pressures. We saw that PPI data. The Fed talked about it yesterday. I don't know if there's going to be any cuts this year. Barry Knapp, you just discussed with him. He thinks that they're going to have to cut. I'm not sure, because if you look at the data compared to inflationary pressures, that kind of tells a different story. But we did see some bullish activity in Disney. Stock's down about 12% so far this year, flat year over year. A little bit of weakness today after that shareholder meeting. We did see some bullish activity out in the April 17th, the monthly options that expire in 29 days. Traded bought over 2,000 of the 105 strike calls in April. Paid an average debit of about $1.50, so that break even of 106.50 over the next month. It's about 8% above the current share price. So the stock needs to right the ship and get moving to the upside for this trader to be profitable on this. I think one of the key things is they've given themselves over 4 weeks in this position, Nicole.
All right, we'll have to see. So once he takes over, how it changes and what happens next. So year to date, it's down over 10%. 1 year, it's almost pretty much flat, which is interesting, right? It went down, went up to $125. Basically, it's sitting at 98 now. How about we turn our attention over to Bank of America? I know we had some news today on capital requirements, in fact, loosening of those requirements. Bank of America, bullish trade you found.
Yeah, and Barry Knapp mentioned that too, easing on some of the regulations coming down the pipeline. Now, there's only going to be discussions going on now where bank capital would fall to 4.8% under softened capital rules unveiled by those U.S. bank regulators today, freeing up billions of dollars for lending. And Barry mentioned that we had these rules in place since the financial crisis in 08, 09. 10 probably warranted, but maybe need to go away soon. So lending becomes more of a priority. Now, if you look at some of the banking stocks, this Bank of America hit an all-time high at the start of the year, but now has pulled back about 15% from those levels. But they're up over 10% over the last year. Earnings have been great for the banks and for the financials. We've seen the widening of the yield curve. That's been a bonus for them. If that continues, you'd expect them to do well in the preceding quarters or the next quarters throughout 2026. But at the same time, if we see GDP start to fall, the economy start to crack here a little bit, that's not going to be a positive for the banks. But we did see some bullish activity in here also. Really short-term positioning by this trader out in the March 27th weekly option, so 8 days to expiration. Trader bought 6,000.
6,000?
27th weekly, 48 strike calls. Paid an average debit of only 45 cents, really inexpensive calls because of the short duration. So the break even for this trader where they start to profit is 48.45 over the next week. That's about 3.7% above the current share price in there. So
Clipboard.
maybe a
Here.
resurgence expected here by this trader in the financials.
It was interesting too because when I was talking about it on the first show today, I was saying, and I was seeing how the XLF had gone up on the news.
I'm back in the saddles again.
But the carry, when you look at sort of the regional banks, that was a different story because they were going to have some more.
The 6600s, I don't even want to look at them, but I will.
Went down, and then that also normalized.
Ah, not
too,
bad.
But it's very hard for these banks to make headway, especially when you have 10-year.
I could have probably made a little bit more, but
percent today, so we'll have to wait and see. But to your point, you found this bullish trade, and long term, everybody always seems to love the financials when they come on in the big picture. How about BP? We turn our attention back to energy.
Yeah, one of the big winners, and not surprising, right? You've got crude oil up over 40% so far this month alone on this Iran war. Shares of BP rocking up today, up 33% so far this year. 7.5-year highs it hit in today's session. And if you look at some of their estimates going into their current quarter, consensus estimate $57 billion. That's a change of about plus 20% on a year-over-year basis. So all these estimates for a lot of the energy stocks are starting to ramp up, and not surprising, right? You're seeing not only crude oil rally, you're seeing liquefied natural gas rally. Yeah, so this has been a boon for it, and you've seen a lot of rotation into a lot of these energy stocks, which if you looked into the end of 2025, Nicole, they weren't doing that great at all, just due to the fact that crude oil prices had languished a little bit. BP is going through a lockout with union workers at their Whiting, Indiana facility right now, but the company kind of came out and pushed back and said it's not going to disrupt any of their business in that refinery. So that's probably a positive for them also. But we did see some bullish activity in this name also, but this is really long duration. This was out in the December monthly option, so about 274 days till expiration. A trader bought 10,000 of the December 60 strike calls, so far out of the money to the upside, taking a shot here. They paid an average debit of about $1.35 for these calls, so the break even for this trader where they start to profit is above 61.35 over the next basically at 9 months or so. That's about 32% above the current share price. So gonna need some more gains like we've seen this month in BP to get above that break even. Call volume, not surprising. When these stocks do well, call volume is about 3 times normal daily average volume that we've seen over the last 5 trading sessions. So yeah, some more call buyers, and it's not just BP, it's other oil and energy names also getting a lot of flows on the option market on the call side.
And I'll just circle back because you were talking about Barry Knapp, and I'll just mention that even Goldman Sachs was talking much what Barry was saying, that those 3 economic factors that they're watching so closely, they said faster inflation, slow because of the Iran war and oil going up and all this, faster inflation, slower growth, and higher unemployment. And that's why Goldman Sachs actually says Jan Hasia sees 2 cuts this year. JP Morgan, no cuts, but this scenario that Barry Knapp and Goldman Sachs said playing out is a possibility. Tom White, it's great to see you always. And there's BP up 3.5%. Thank you. Coming up, we'll cover a landmark joint ruling from the SEC and CFTC regarding the regulation of cryptocurrency. Next here on the Watch List.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Fedelides. We're live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, and we're watching the latest ruling here. The SEC and the CFTC released a joint ruling earlier this week declaring that most cryptocurrencies are digital commodities, not securities. So let's get some details. Let's get into this. Dan Leibovitz is with us, CEO, co-founder of Green Impact Exchange. Explain that to us, and what's the difference? Why does it matter?
So for the past decade,
Oh gosh.
the question of what is a security when you're talking about a digital asset and what's not. So the SEC has now come out with clarity and said these things are not.
And so do you find this to be favorable or not so favorable?
So Saturday, my car indicated that it needed an oil change. And I'm getting ready to, and my tires needed to be rotated. So I took it into Express, what do they call this place? Valvoline Express Care, where they specialize in changing oil. And I was watching them. They were acting like a bunch of slobs, kind of your slower mechanics, you know, la 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 la. And it did catch my attention, but I didn't think about it. And then I went ahead and paid for it, got in my car and drove off, and got to the grocery store and seen a big old black mark on my hood. I mean, a huge mark. And I'm going, how in the heck did this get on here? I've never seen anything like it. And so I hurried up and I drove back to the express place and said, man, there's a big old buff mark on the top of my hood. I don't know how it happened. We'll go back and look at the cameras. And they looked at the cameras and they didn't see nothing that was out of the ordinary. And I'm going, are you sure? So I kept talking to him, and I said, he told me to talk to the owner of the building, of the business, and I called him up. And I said, there's a weird scuff mark on the top of my hood, and I don't know how it got there. I have no clue. And I brought it down there, and this guy was so nice. I mean, he just took a liberty and just went ahead and went out there and done the job and buffed it out. But he told me he didn't know. He had cameras, I think he could have seen it. Said he watched them, but he didn't see nothing. And I said, it's an unusual mark. I mean, scratches like this just don't happen on the top of your hood when they're about 2 foot long. So they buffed it out. There's a little bitty thing on there, but that don't bother me. The car's got probably 8 or 9 dings on it since I bought it. I never had a car that had how many dings. We had a double bottom on Nike. We got a triple bottom, quad bottom. Kind of fell through it. We got to break the 200 to become bullish. SPX.
Focused on two aspects. One is the digital side and transitioning the marketplace from traditional over to digital. And the other is using those tools for developing new and innovative products around sustainable finance and the sustainable transition.
It's great to see you, Dan. Keep us posted on all of this and all the latest on regulation and continued success. And look, people, I mean, we've had a nice run for Bitcoin lately. It's pulled back a little bit today, but at least it had a run up recently for the crypto folks. Dan Leibovitz, CEO and co-founder of Green Impact Exchange.
Thank you very much.
And still ahead, let's break down what the Fed said and what they didn't say as the ongoing conflict continues in the Middle East. We'll be right back.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
Trading at Schwab is
Meta down at 600.
Unlocking the power of Thinkorswim.
God.
Trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus.
This is way overbought too.
With robust
You know,
charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical.
Meta's another one that's way overbought, but I mean way overbought. I mean, but it's got a little bit of momentum behind it compared to others. You look at the 3-year, we were at 193. We ran to almost $800. It's a 400% increase in 3 years, but we're back here. I mean, we're at a solid support. I would love to go long in this sucker. But it's what, you know, it's overbought, but yet it's at a solid, I'll show you here. Bounce, bounce, almost a bounce, bounce. So I mean, it's a solid support. On any other day, I would take this trade and swing it. There's no doubt in my mind. None. But being in the now, I just don't want to take too much risk. Home Depot, another low. We got another pullback. Okay, here we go again. 65.80s. Let me see what kind of okay, we've got a double bottom on Home Depot. Looks to me like right to the penny. Damn, Jim, I love this stock. Ugh. He's evil in his wits. Well, I missed that. Yeah, that should have been one I took that. Snake, breakout, pullback, boom. Dang, I missed that trade. I knew it was a good one. There's the boom. Snake, breakout, pullback, triple bottom, boom. Out. No. The video is still bullish. Tesla still bullish. We're at the 50 on the weekly. Amazon not so bullish. It could drop to the 200 EMA. Apple, triple bottom, still holding support. So it's iffy. It would be a nice catch at 203, but right now it's just kind of, now we're going below the line. We could easily see 240, 242. We are kind of consolidating on that third crow to the right of it. We got Google. These are all in the weekly. Google is overbought. It wouldn't hurt for this thing to pull back. I mean, a lot of these stocks just had a good year. I remember calling this off the 200. So you got your 200 right here. I'm telling you, 200 EMA and SMA are your fat cat indicators. So you put a Fibonacci on this one. Well, I don't know. That's ideal. We're questionably bullish on Microsoft. We're at the 200 EMA. These are on the weekly. This is where I called it last time we had a bounce. But it did precede kind of knife on that 200, so we could see the 200 SMA for a solid buy or do a double bottom wick. That's where I'm going to put my alert. Another Google, GOOG. Then we got Meta. Meta's also at support at the 100. I really want to buy these, but I just can't. Not with the market conditions. I just can't do it. I'm going to go long. I'm going to make a little bit of money this time around. Last time I only had a couple stocks. This time I'm going to go about 5 swings. I'm so happy at Mark. I'm going to walk around my car and count all the new scuff marks I've got on this thing since 2 years. I don't know. People just don't give a shit anymore. Yeah. Yeah. This is good. You ready to take this run? God damn. 6580s. How did it get so high? Unbelievable. Walk like an angel. Talk like an angel. I can't believe my eyes. $6620s are at 1,600, and the 6580s are at 4,800 from 5. Nike's moving. I called Nike out. Look at there. That NVIDIA bounced off pretty good. Trading philosophy. There's a lot of things I don't want to hear. I'm devil's advocate when it comes to the CNBC. It's all about oil. So this is day 20 of the war. We're back at double tops on the SPY. QQQ. Man, what a run. Oh, it's 2:14. Time travels when you're having fun. You get apple cider. Okay, Spy pulled back to my support channel this morning. The 659.86 off the 63. I need to set a timer down here and see how 10, 15, 20 minutes goes by before I take another trade, or see how long that is. Oh, who's this? We got a new one.
To San Vadas in New York.
Great chat, guys. Thanks so much, Alex. Coming up next,
I didn't get to listen to her.
affordability remains the key hurdle between buying and renting. That's coming up next.
That sucks.
Same goes for where you invest.
With Schwab.
Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Vardas alongside Alex Coffey over in Chicago. Let's talk about
drink of water.
affordability in the housing market. We're very pleased to say we're joined by Al Lord, CEO of Lexford Capital Management. And we're talking about this debate going on right now about renting versus buying. You know, it's interesting because I've heard a lot lately about both sides of that debate. Some saying, look, it's easier to buy because, quite frankly, the rents are going up, and then vice versa. Buying a house is just so out of reach that we may as well rent forever. Which side of the argument is winning? And can you sort of give us the base case for both sides?
Sure. Well, there is no doubt whatsoever that renting is winning the argument. The cost of home ownership has skyrocketed, and the difference between owning and renting is at an all-time wide gap. So it is certainly much better from an affordability standpoint to rent. And you know, there's lots of arguments we can go through in terms of how much housing prices have risen and what's happened to rent. You know, in this crazy inflation world we've lived in over the last, call it 3 or 4 years, rents over the last 3 years are essentially flat nationwide, called up 1%. Meanwhile, we all know what's happened to the prices of homes. Housing prices have skyrocketed post-COVID, and there's no sign of them getting better. And the other side of this is mortgage rates. And we know mortgage rates have skyrocketed, and they're not coming down anytime soon. And so there's certainly a much better affordability towards renting.
So this is obviously a math equation in many ways sometimes that we're looking at, but how do you evaluate the peace of mind of, you know, not having to renew the lease every year, not having to worry about what the next home will look like as a renter versus, hey, you buy something within your means, you kind of set your roots in if that fits your lifestyle. Is that merit the premium that requires right now?
Yeah, well, great question, and that's what everybody has to ask themselves. But you know, there are other questions that go into that, including if I buy my own home, do I want to mow the lawn every day or every week? Do I want to do the everyday maintenance that's involved? Can I afford all these expenses? And then from a renting standpoint, yeah, you say, well, I know what my rent's going to be for the next 12 months because I've just renewed my lease or just signed a new one. However, you only have 1 year view of that. But it goes back to the affordability gap. It's just much more expensive to be a homeowner. Now, certainly, you're right. There's a peace of mind of knowing this is my home. I don't ever have to move. If I can afford the mortgage payments, and I've done all the math, then yes, there's some. There's certainly a mindset.
And you got repairs, and you got taxes.
The American dream, or at least it was at one point. But you know, we also learned in the great financial crisis that owning your own home is wonderful. However, from a financial decision, prices of houses actually also go down, and we learned a valuable lesson in that time period because as we all know, there was a number of foreclosures. Fannie Mae was giving away mortgages to anybody. People were owning 2 or 3 homes, and they got caught, and there was a lot of financial pain involved with that. And we haven't seen that for a while, and so that we've forgotten that lesson of the great financial crisis, that housing prices do go down, and so there are certainly arguments on both sides.
So we've had this Affordability Act actually passing through the Senate. There's been a lot of talk about that. How far does that go, do you think, to address some of the challenges right now?
Well, personally, I really don't think it helps much. The private equity, the institutional buyers of homes are a small percentage. There are some markets where the institutional buyer is more impactful than others, but it's a small thing, and this really is something that's very hard for government to solve. I mean, people have looked at this different ways. I mean, you can see what hits the headlines in New York City with Mayor Mamdani trying to do rent controls and things. Ultimately, the government just messes things up. And so there's not a lot the government can do. If you really want to fix the problem, the issue is more supply. But supply in this market is very difficult, given where interest rates are, given what's happening.
Exactly. That's why we need to lower the interest rates.
The price to build a home is much higher, and as well as the price to build a new apartment building is certainly much higher. And so you've seen the supply numbers. If you look at it on the apartment side, hit an all-time high, and we had 11 consecutive quarters of over 100,000 apartments being built and brought onto the market. And before those 11 quarters, we had never had that in the U.S. At least since they started keeping track of it. And so, after those 11 quarters expired, which was the fourth quarter of last year, supply has gone down, and so we've hit the peak of new deliveries of apartments, and the deliveries are going to continue to fall. And so, certainly from a supply-demand standpoint, the supply of apartments is going to fall. And at the same time, we've had new numbers today about the new home sales. They were down 17.5%. So it's a tough market out there, and you just can't build new supply, whether it's homes or apartments, given the cost, and to make it work economically in this market. And we have an all-time high shortage of homes and apartments combined. There's a Harvard study that says it's about 4 million. There's Fannie Mae, there's Freddie Mac, there's HUD. There's a number of studies, and it's anywhere between 2 and 5 million shortage of dwellings, and that's not going to get better anytime soon. In fact, it's going to get worse given where we are with new construction.
Al, two quick things here. It sounds like you're making the case from an investment standpoint, multi-unit, multi-family. You like that better if you had to choose. Secondly, though, is it also safe to say that depending on where you are in the country, things can be more dramatic in terms of the difference here? Maybe in Arizona or Florida, a little bit more tourist-oriented, short-term rentals, a lot more volatility there than maybe somewhere like Chicago where I'm sitting right now.
Yes, no, exactly. No, there's no doubt. From an investment standpoint, I would be buying the publicly traded multifamily REITs. They're trading at with an implied cap rate of a little over 6%. They throw off a nice dividend, and there is, because of this affordability gap we just talked about, there's no doubt that people are going to be renting for longer, and they're going to need to rent in the foreseeable future, and the supply of new apartments is going off a cliff. So from that standpoint, without a doubt. And yes, to your second question, there's a big difference in markets and pricing and new supply. And you know, for a number of years, the Southeast has had a huge growth rate in terms of jobs and movement and population and housing and supply. And so the markets that were strongest several years ago, like Nashville, like Austin, like Dallas, like Atlanta, they saw a large amount of new supply coming because that's where people were moving. And they're still moving, but because of that large amount of supply, it hurt rents. And so that's all works itself out. It takes several years, but it's working itself out, and those rents are going to continue to go higher.
NVIDIA's at the 200 again. The 200 has been a major pivot point today. Mm, 19 more minutes. It's been a rough week for me outside of trading. Saturday I met a tranny and I said thank you sir. She didn't like it too much. Call me ma'am. You call me ma'am. And that same day, I went to get my oil changed. Boy, was I happy till I went to the store. As I walked out of the car, I noticed a big old scratch on my hood. I didn't think that was too good, so I went back to the store. I had to drive to Ozark to get it fixed, so I got my kicks on Route 66. Thank you very much. You'll call me ma'am, sir. Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay. And today's loser is Netflix. Now what happened here? Netflix. Damn. Boy, when they turn on a stock, they really turn on them, don't they? I mean, this thing was pumped for 2 years. Every single frickin' day. Yeah, I'm going to get ready to take a nap, man. I'm not feeling good in the last couple of days. We got 4 more minutes. Jimmy's not interested in a power hour move. He got his. I'm done. That was nice. Volatility, patience. Keep going over the same stocks. Have a stock of 10 tickers that you like to trade, and just look at them every single day, once an hour. Just go through them. All you have to do is zip, 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 look for the pattern, then there you are. It's like if this was earlier in the day, I'd take this trade right now. Why? Because we got a head and shoulders. We got a wedge. And we got the 200 EMA with a double bottom, high or low. I'd take this. But I ain't going to do it now, not with 3 minutes left in the trading day. But it's a perfect setup. Higher lows. You got a symmetrical flag or a fallen wedge. Inverse head and shoulders. You can draw this out any kind of different ways. Let's clean this up. I want to show you a trick. Now, once you go through your time frames, when you're looking at a stock, just don't stick to one time frame. Move them around. When you have a lot of volatility, you're going to use the yearly and the daily and the hour, 2 hour or 4 hour. When there's a lot of volatility, and we're having a lot of volatility, I pulled up the yearly candlestick. I pulled up the weekly. I pulled up the monthly. So we called the breakout, and then it started to pull back, and we bounced off the 100, which has been either one of these three all day long. The 100, the EMA, the 200 EMA, or the 200 SMA. So we got what you call, what did I see? I thought I saw a wedge on here earlier. Yeah, there it is. So you got a little fallen wedge, and you got an inverse head and shoulders, and you got a breakout. So it's called fallen wedge off the 100. Inverse head and shoulders. All three of those patterns are bullish. So if this was first thing in the morning, I would have probably took this, or any time before. I don't know if I'd have took it at 2 Eastern time, but I would have took it way any time before that. Okay, well, I just want to say thank you. if you're not learning or picking it up, paper trade, you don't need to be losing money in a bad market. But I always say this is the best time to be trading. The best time. Because then you'll be chasing. Once this market starts to turn around, then you're going to be chasing. So the SPX, let's look at this one more time. I'm going to call it a day. I'm feeling a lot better now that I got two things out of my way. Taxes and getting this scratch out of this car. I'm getting educated on transsexuals. It's here to stay. Expect a lot more serial killers. A lot more killing. By transsexuals. I was almost raped by one when I was 16, 15. He's probably about 45. I'm coming back from a movie about midnight, and he opens up the door. Hey, would you like a ride? And I looked in his car and I said, what the fuck are you doing? You in a dress? Oh, yes. I said, what the? This was back in 1976, 75. Queen used to play up here in Joplin, Missouri. But I'll have to just adjust my my thoughts and try not to be so old-fashioned, not be misogynist against transsexuals. I guess you can be, but I'll end up learning how to love you and try to treat you with some respect. We'll catch y'all later. I just hope I don't have another event where someone tells me, you call me ma'am, in that kind of tone, because if he wasn't behind the counter, I'd have laid him out. Just the way he talked to me, not the fact that I was just trying to be nice and say, thank you, sir. And I didn't even think about it, you know. I just said it. Then after I said it, I said, oh, shit. I wish I would have said, thank you, ma'am. That would have just been the way to go. But I didn't think about it. I just commonly, respectfully always say that. Like the guy that took the scratch out of my windshield, I told him, can I give you a hug? I just want to thank you. Okay. Thanks a lot, everybody. Have a good day. Jimmy loves you all. Back from the cat salon. And we'll catch y'all later. See you later, YouTubers.